view the contents on that disk?
I did.
Okay, and that's 81A,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And what's on that disk?
It's the account summary. It's the summary of all of her accounts that are merged and analyzed.
And it's an Excel document?
It is.
Okay. Looking in that binder, is 81B like the summary chart that you did of that big summary on 81A?
It is.
Okay. So it's just a printout of the same of the summary chart that's on 81A.
Yes.
Okay. 81C, is that an employment timeline of Katherine Magbanua with an attached spreadsheet?
It is.
81D, are those a summary of Katherine Magbanua's checks from the Adelson Institute?
It is.
81E, are those all of Katherine Magbanua's cash deposits by day from 2013 to 2016?
It is.
81F, are those a graph of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
Yes.
81G, is that a graph of her cash deposits for 2014?
It is.
And H, a graph in an attached spreadsheet of her income sources for the year 2013?
Yes.
81I, a graph of her income sources for 2014 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
81J, a graph of her income sources for 2015 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
And 81K, a graph of her income sources for 2016 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
And then in 81L and 81M, is that her employment timeline combined with her cash deposits, and then 81M is combined with the date of the murder as well?
That's correct.
All right, and 81A through M, those are true and accurate depictions of the summaries that you'll be relying on in this case?
They are.
Okay, and those are based on her bank records?
That's correct.
And her employment records? Okay. At this point, I would move 81A through M into evidence.
Any objection?
There's a lot there, but no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All this stuff can come in.
Be admitted as states 81A through N.
All right, permission to publish those, Judge?
You may.
Yes, please. Can you see this on your screen in front of you, Ms. Hall, the small one?
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Do you also have, is there a laser there on the witness stand? Okay. If you need to point something out to the jury, you can aim that at the screen up here.
Mine is that one.
This one.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we see here? What's this?
This is how I start the analysis is one account at a time. And this is shown that I take every action that happens in a bank account and give it a line item on the spreadsheet. It's broken by the date, the type, the withdrawals, deposits, and the running total for my analysis.
Okay, and so what we're looking at here is the Excel document that's contained on 81A, that disk in the front of your binder?
It is.
Okay. Looking here at the bottom, I'm going to put my mouse right here. Bank of America, is that the savings account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Okay. Looking at the next tab, is that her checking account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Savings account for Chase?
Yes.
Savings account, I'm sorry, checking account for Chase?
Yes.
Okay, and then here are your yearly totals
It is.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you quickly, if you can, walk us through each of these tabs, just so we know the specifics of what everything is. Looking at the Bank of America savings, can you walk us through these columns up here?
Yes, the column, it works from the first summary would get the number, column B. So under line item 1 would be the first thing in that bank record. And then it goes down by date. And then when I've combined the accounts, so I'd have 4 accounts on one spreadsheet, then I give them another number, so it's a coding system. So column A is actually a coded system showing where it falls on the combined spreadsheet.
Okay.
The account number that it's referencing, the date of the transaction, the type of transaction, and then it's broken out whether it's a withdrawal, a deposit, and then that is the running balance for that day.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to the bottom. How are you able to check whether the analysis of this particular account is correct?
I do a particular check of my numbers. I do all the deposits, all the withdrawals, and then I start with the beginning balance, and I add the deposits, subtract the withdrawals, and then I have the ending balance should match the ending balance on the running balance.
Okay, and you do the same thing for each of these types of accounts for each of the banks?
I do.
Okay, and then there's a checkbox at the bottom of each analysis.
That's correct.
Keep running over that one. Okay, same thing for Chase savings, same thing for Chase checking?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at the years and the summaries. I'm gonna click on 2016.
Okay.
What do we see here? What do we see in this tab?
Okay, once the accounts are combined, then I sort them and then into categories, and then they're split out by year. So for the Adelson Institute 2016, those show the total deposits she received from them.
Okay, so by year, you're taking every type of deposit, putting in a category, like that's all her payments from Adelson Institute, here's all her payments from cash, or there's all her payments from Dr. Obed, and then do you also do all the types of withdrawals that she makes?
That's correct.
Okay, and you put those into categories, like this is what she had to spend on auto maintenance, that's what she spent at Amazon, and so forth, in all the categories, all the way through her entire year?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you do a summary of that year?
I do. Each one of these sorted columns has now become part of this summary here. The deposit descriptions are first and then the withdrawals.
Okay, so we have deposit right here, and then we have withdrawals down, like the category of the withdrawal down here with the total,
Yes,
and then your checkbox.
that's correct.
Okay, so you did this for 2016, 2015, 2014, and 2013?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a specific one in 2015. I want to come back to later. Whoops. Oh, okay, it's already up. What do we see here in 2015?
That is where I'm showing that not only did she receive a check, but the check bounced. So I netted them out because she didn't receive any real income.
And where were these checks from?
They were from the SINS LLC Club.
SINS Club LLC, DBA Fate?
Yes,
Does DBA mean doing business as?
correct.
Okay. And how many checks total in all of her accounts from 2013 to 2016 did she have checks from SINS doing business as Fate?
Those are the only two.
Okay. Now I see 4 lines here. Why do you say 2?
Because 2 show that she had received the money, and then 2 show that the money was withdrawn from her account as an NSF check.
Okay. So a check was deposited, but then it bounced, and so it was insufficient funds. Did she ever receive any income from this?
Not according to the bank records.
Okay. And when were these checks, what was the date on these checks?
The first one was, this here, April of 2015 and June of 2015.
Okay. And there were just two checks, one from April and one from June?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember the amount of these checks?
They were just shown.
Oh, thank you. Okay, what was the amount?
Okay, the April one was $406, and the one in June was $985.
Do you recall what was in the memo line of the check?
I believe it said tips.
Okay. Let me show you this one for 985. Recollection about what it says in the memo line?
Yeah, it says April 1st to May 1st, 2015 tips.
Okay. So $985 is what she was paid on this check for her work from April 1st to, April 1st to May 1st of 2015 for her tips?
Correct.
Okay. She did not receive any income for this?
No.
Or the $400 one you showed us?
Correct.
They both bounced?
They both bounced.
All right, I want to show you the 2013 to 2016 tab that I have up right now. What is this?
When I combine all of her bank accounts, I summarize them by date order, and then I put in a running balance. So it gives me an idea of how much money a person would have over all of their accounts on a particular day.
Okay. And you did that for everything from 2013 to 2016, and then put your check boxes at the bottom?
Yes.
What about under summary? What is this?
That is a combined of all those years you see leading up to it. It's shown by year each one of the transactions of totals, deposits and withdrawals, and then they're not only broken out by year, but they're totaled by that block.
So this is for Bank of America and Chase, checking and savings, and it shows us all her deposits, the source of the deposit, the year that it was deposited in, and the amount that was deposited that year of that source of income.
That's correct.
Okay, and then there's a total next to it and a total per year here at the bottom.
Yes.
All right, and then looking down below, same for withdrawal.
That's correct.
Gives you a category, the amount per year for that category, and then with totals.
Yes.
And then you have your check boxes here.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to, and you said that 81B in the binder there is basically just a printed version of, I guess the Excel was converted to a PDF and then printed.
Yes.
For the purpose of that binder.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just show the jury 81B there in your binder so they see what you mean? Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at the summary here. For the year 2013, so let me go up just slightly. 2013, what's her highest source of income in 2013?
Sophie Dental.
Okay, and that's right here.
Yes.
Is that $13,433.41?
That's correct.
Okay, and then her cash was her second highest source of income that year, right?
Yes.
And that was, how much cash did she deposit in 2013?
$1,335.
All right, I want to skip over to 2016 now. What was her highest source of income in 2016?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And is that right here? 14,900?
Yes.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2016?
$11,921.33.
And Sigfredo Garcia, 2016, that's the year that he would have been working at Rapid Capital Funding?
Yes.
Okay. Now in 2014, what's her highest source of income in 2014?
It's cash.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2014?
$46,820.
And what about in 2015?
It's cash as well, $26,523.77.
Okay, so these are the cash totals here at the top.
Yes.
All right, and we're going to cover her cash deposits by day and by month later in this presentation, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so based on the records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where she may have worked or what businesses she received income from in her bank records and employment records?
Yes.
What do we see? Go into this. What do we see here?
That is a listing of the employment sources that I could see through her bank account, where she was employed.
Okay, and the dates that she was receiving paychecks, start to finish, for each of these companies is next to it?
Yes.
Okay, so from January of 2013 to December of 2013, she receives paychecks from Encore Nationwide.
That's correct.
From January 2013 to May of 2013, she receives paychecks from Millennium Therapy.
Yes.
CO Next for the month of April 2013.
Yes.
Sophie Dental from May of 2013 to July 2014.
Yes.
Adelson Institute from October 2014 to May 2016.
Yes.
Jerome Obed from July of 2015 to March 2016.
Yes.
And Quintana Lopez from July of 2016 to October 2016.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then what do we see in the chart up here?
You could see how it was broken down by year, and then I gave the total, both yearly and by each individual employer.
So for each of these columns, this is the total amount of paychecks she's receiving from that company in that year.
Yes.
Okay, and then here's the total down below and out to the side.
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is a bar chart representing the information you just reviewed, and it shows the dates on the bottom, and then the amount of time that would have been reflected by that bar for that employment.
Okay. So each company has a different color, and the bar represents the time that the paychecks began until they ended?
That's correct.
Now, we saw that she received 2 checks from SINS doing business as Fate in 2015. Are those here on this graph?
They are not.
Okay. You said those checks bounced?
They did.
So she did not receive any actual income from there?
That's correct.
Okay. What we see in this graph are businesses that she actually received income from into her bank account.
That's right.
All right, I want to focus on the yellow line that we see here from her when she received paychecks from Adelson Institute. Did you review paychecks from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks, like coming out of what account and going into what account?
She deposited them in both the checking and savings for Chase and Bank of America.
And they were coming out of Adelson Institute Institute's Regions account, the records we have in evidence?
That's correct.
What other records did you review with respect to her employment at Adelson Institute?
The records that they submitted through the subpoena.
Okay, so the state subpoenaed records, they gave a return for those records with some information in it.
That's correct.
Did that return contain an employment application?
No,
Did it contain timesheets?
no.
Did it contain a W-2 or tax filing records?
It did contain a record for the Department of Revenue's rehire information.
Okay, any W-2s?
No,
Any performance evaluations?
no,
Job description?
no.
What records did Adelson Institute have for Katherine Magbanua's employment besides the Department of Revenue that you just told us about?
They submitted a summary, a QuickBooks summary of the checks that they had given her.
Okay. And what is QuickBooks?
It's a popular accounting software that people can use both personal and business.
What time period did the printouts cover?
I believe it was September of 14 through March of 16.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82 and 68 in front of you. Those should be in the stack of documents. Yes, ma'am.
68, yes.
Is 68, is that the Department of Revenue and the QuickBooks summary you just told me about?
Yes.
Now, what was the date range that law enforcement had on the subpoena to Adelson Institute as to what records that we wanted from them?
I believe they said any and all employment history and file,
Okay, and that's what we got?
and this is all we got.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82.
Okay.
What is States Exhibit 82? Probably the last one there in that stack.
Of course. Okay, I have the actual copies of the checks for Katherine Magbanua.
Okay, and those were from the bank account.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd move 82 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, States 82 submitted into evidence.
How many total checks were there? You're looking at the copies of the checks from Katherine Magbanua's bank account. How many total checks were there from the Adelson Institute?
One second.
You know what, why don't I ask you this? Did you rely on a summary in this case of the checks that she received from Adelson Institute that's numbered in an Excel format?
Yes.
Okay. Is this that summary?
It is.
Okay. How many checks total were there from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
44.
And all of these checks were deposited by Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Who were all the checks signed by?
Donna Adelson.
When was the first check issued, as in the date on the check, to Katherine Magbanua?
It was written on September 17th, 2014.
So that would have been almost 2 months to the day from after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014.
That's correct.
How often, and well, let me ask you one more thing while we're on that. We saw on the employment timeline that you had her employment beginning in October of 2014. Why is that when the first check was dated September 17th?
The bank records only reflect when the money hit her account, and as you notice that the posting date it does actually say October.
Okay, so you go from the time it hits her account.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that first check was issued on September 17th and hit her account in October of 2014, how often then did she then receive checks from Adelson Institute after that?
2 checks a month.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation as to when they were received.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, 2 checks a month.
And were the pay periods for those checks like around 10 days, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more?
Yeah, that's correct, about 10 days.
What amount were all those checks for?
The amounts were for 400, her check came in at 407.58.
Okay, so you're saying after taxes and everything?
Correct.
Okay.
That was her net.
Now, all checks are $407.58. 43 out of 44 of them are?
Yes,
All right, the first one is for a little less, right?
that's correct.
And that's this first row here,
Yes,
and that one's for $203.79.
yes,
That looks to be for only about a maybe 3 or 4 day pay period.
yes, maybe 3.
All right, so here in this summary, you have the date it posted, the check number, the payment amount, the date on the check, the memo line, what it said, right?
Correct.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute QuickBook records that they responded with?
That they responded with?
Yes, ma'am.
Their last one was March 31st, 2016.
Now, when looking at Katherine Magbanua's account, were there additional checks after March 31st, 2016?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks.
And are those the 3 ones in black ink here at the bottom?
Yes,
And I guess it would be check numbers if you look over at the far left column, 42, 43, and 44.
yes.
In her account, according to her account, what was the last check? What date was that written?
I posted on May 17th, 2016.
Okay. So the check posted May 2nd, 2016, another one May 2nd, 2016, and May 17th, 2016. Those were all not included on the Adelson Institute QuickBook response.
That's correct.
Did she receive any further checks after Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25th, 2016?
No.
What was the total amount that she deposited into her account from Adelson Institute?
She had $17,729.73.
I see that some of these checks are in black ink, some are in red ink. What does the red ink indicate?
Sequential check numbers.
What does that mean?
That in the checkbook that it was one after another.
Meaning that, can you show us the states 82, which is the copies of all the checks there in front of you? Show us what you mean.
Yeah, up here in the check number, they would have been sequential. They would have been 17, 18, 19.
Okay. Is that unusual when looking at payroll?
Yes, you know, normally you pay per time, it wouldn't land being one after another.
Well, explain it to us. How would a person normally write checks when they're doing payroll?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation as to what a business would normally do.
Overruled.
You know, you'd have 5 employees, you'd write 5 checks, you would write 5 checks to each employee. You wouldn't necessarily write 3 checks to one employee.
Okay, and then the next pay period, you'd write the other 5 checks.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many sequential checks did she receive in a row, looking at your summary?
She had 3 on the first, going down from left to right. She had 3, and then 6, and then 6 more.
So 3 from February 2015 to March 2015?
Yes.
Those were all written February 4th and 5th, 2015?
Yes.
And then 6 in a row written from October 2015 to December 2015? Or the date on the check was those dates, I mean?
Yes.
And then the date on the check from January 2016 to March 31st, 2016, that's another 6 in a row there?
That's correct.
Okay, and all those were sequential?
Yes.
What about the column on the far right next to memo? What does the asterisk mean?
An advance pay that she was paid prior to the time frame that's posted on the memo.
So the check date predates the employment period?
Yes.
So are paychecks being issued before the work is complete?
Yes.
And that happened about 22 times?
That sounds right.
All right, I want to turn your attention to Dr. Rudner's records, the plastic surgeon records.
Okay.
What was the date of Katherine Magbanua's breast augmentation surgery?
I believe it was October 18th, 2014.
Are those still there in front of you?
I have my copy.
I'm going to look at page 75 now. Looking at your copy, was that surgery October 18, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the payment page. Get back in front of the microphone. How much did that breast augmentation cost?
The total charges were $4,605.
And how was that amount paid?
$44,400 was in cash, and $195 was from her accounts. Then there's an additional charge. I guess she picked up records for $13.
So you see a couple of amounts there. The patient payment, $150 and $45 were all from a Visa account.
Yes.
Okay. Cash was paid in the amount of $4,000, then $400, and then $13.50.
Yes.
When you looked at Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts, was there any evidence that she paid for that breast augmentation from her accounts?
I did not see any payments from her account other than the 150 and the 45.
Okay. So that was her accounts that she paid I guess it would be 195 total from?
Yes.
And the remaining balance after that was all paid in cash. And that would have been, it looks like, about 2 weeks before the surgery.
Yeah,
Or within the 2 weeks before the surgery.
correct.
Now, when you looked at the amount of withdrawals from her account, did she have any corresponding withdrawals to reach that amount of cash that was paid here to Dr. Rudner's office?
No.
Did you try to add up like all her cash withdrawals from that whole year leading up to the surgery to see if that would equal that amount?
I did.
How much total cash did she withdraw that whole year from January 2014 to October 2014?
3,180.
Now, at the time of her breast augmentation surgery, was she receiving paychecks from Adelson Institute that month in October of 2014?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute to reflect, time off for a surgery?
No.
Now, after her surgery, was there a decrease in the amount of money she was receiving from Adelson Institute that could account for her having a few days off?
No.
There wasn't any reduction in her pay?
No reduction.
Looking at her checks, looking at the ones from, so I'm looking at, if you look over at the far left column, column, rows 3 and 4.
Yes.
You said the surgery was on October 18th of 2014.
Yes.
She received a check dated October 28th, 2014?
She did.
And if the pay periods follow the pattern above, October 6th through 16th, September 22nd through October 1st, if she's being paid for following that pattern around 10 days, that October 28th, 2014 would encompass the date of her surgery and the days thereafter, right?
That's correct.
And she received the same amount for that check and the one thereafter, just as she did all the others?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about, did you review DHSMV history for Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
Did she acquire a vehicle in January of 2016?
She did.
And what type of vehicle was that?
It was a Lexus, 2001 sedan Lexus. From prior owner was Harvey Adelson.
Okay, you said that was a black 2001 Lexus?
That's correct.
Okay. And what date was the title transferred to her?
January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And you said the previous owner of that vehicle was Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
How much did the DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Katherine Magbanua for?
$1,700.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No, I did not.
No checks were found in her account for that amount?
Correct.
Or, I guess,
Out of her
out
account.
of her account, thank you. Were you able to find any $1,700 cash withdrawals?
No.
Were you able to find any deposit into the Adelson's account that would show that she's making a payment to them by check or cash for this amount?
No.
Was there a drop in the money that she received from Adelson Institute that could account for, we'll sell you this car, but we're going to take it out of your paycheck, anything like that?
There was no reduction in her checks.
You said no reduction?
No reduction. It's a title for the Lexus.
And this was the registered owner at the time the title was transferred?
That's correct.
And this gives us the information you gave us about the type of car, the year, the color,
Yes.
okay? And the purchaser
Katherine Magbanua,
and the selling price,
$1,700.
and then both their names here,
Yes,
and signatures.
yes.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
I don't believe so.
And if you transfer the title and you put a sales price, I mean, you're taxed on that sales price that you put on there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
You pay less taxes.
Who decides what number goes on the title transfer?
The person that's presenting it to be transferred the title.
Meaning either the person transferring the title or the purchaser?
Yes,
If I sell a car to you for $3,000, we could agree to put $300 on the title transfer so that we pay less taxes. Then,
yes, we could do that.
okay. All right, I want to move on now to, and we're almost done, to Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts.
Okay.
What do we see here in this next slide?
This slide represents, it's a pie chart of her income.
Okay, what do the colors indicate when we look at the box on the side?
They just match. You have cash in red, you have the IRS in purple, you have Sophie Denham, that tan color.
So you, in the box, you listed all of the different income sources she had for the year of 2013. They're each assigned a color, and then the pie chart represents, the colors represent the percentage of her total income for that year by source.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you have these exact amounts in your multiple account summary, in your summary chart, and in some other Excel documents that we'll see. But I just want to ask you a couple of questions about this. What was the highest source of income in 2013?
It was cash deposits.
Okay, looking at the bottom,
I'm
I know
sorry,
it's-
Sophie Denham.
Sophie Dental, okay, and you told us that earlier when you were looking at the actual numbers, right? And I know that looking at this pie chart, those are very close together, 24% and 23%. So what was a close second after Sophie Dental for her total amount of income for 2013?
It would have been cash.
Cash, okay. And you said that, I don't remember the number by heart, but Sophie Dental was around 13,400 and cash was right at around 13,000 right
Yeah.
thereafter?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we see in the next one? So we're going from 2013 to 2014 here.
Right, this is a visual representation of her income for 2014.
Okay, what does the red indicate?
The red in this case is cash deposits.
What does the yellow indicate?
Adelson Institute.
Okay, what was her total amount of, I guess, what was her highest source of income in 2014?
Cash.
And what was the total percentage of her cash deposits and her money from Adelson Institute, total percentage of her total income in 2014?
68%.
So 64% for cash and 4% from Adelson Institute?
Correct.
You said that in 2014, a check was written to her in September 2014 from Adelson Institute, deposited into her account in October.
Yes.
So she's only receiving about 2 months worth of checks then in her account from the year 2014 from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay. So we jumped from 23% to 46% from 2013 to 2014 for her, the total amount, the total percentage of her income that cashes.
Yes,
And 2014 was the year that Dan Markel was murdered, that's your understanding?
yes.
What about 2015?
2015, her highest source of income was cash, and that was 51%. Adelson Institute was 20%.
And what was the total percentage of her total income that was cash deposits or Adelson Institute paychecks?
Combined,
Yes, ma'am.
71%.
And what about 2016?
2016, the highest amount was Sigfredo Garcia.
And that was at 25%?
Yes,
Okay, and then what about her cash deposits?
that was 20%.
Okay, so for 2016, in 2016, we've got 20% of her total income is cash deposits at 20%, and 8% is Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
And she only received checks, she said, from Adelson Institute from January to May of 2016.
That's correct.
After May 25th, no more checks.
That's right.
Okay, so in 2016, she's got 20% of her total income's cash deposits. In 2013, 23% of her total income's cash deposits. And you said in 2014 and 2015, she had 64% of her total income was cash deposits and 51% of her total income was cash deposits?
That's correct.
All right, and did you actually track every cash deposit by day for every year from her accounts?
I did.
Is that what we see here?
That is.
Well, it pulled up on your screen, but it didn't on mine. I think I might have to exit. One second. All right, is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at the top, this would be the first cash deposit that we have a record, or that we have records from January of 2013 to the end of 2016, right?
Yes.
So this would be her first cash deposit for the year 2013 into her Chase account on January 2nd, $240.
That's correct.
All right, and so here we have every cash deposit she made every day for the for the whole year of 2013, and then a total for that year,
That's right.
and that was $13,035.
Correct.
Same for 2014, is that what we see?
Yes,
Okay, and this is in your binder as well, right?
it is.
Every line,
Everyone.
and then a total for 2014,
That's right.
46,820.
Yep.
And then
Yes.
looking at 2015, same question, and a total.
That's correct.
2016, those are all her cash deposits for 2016 in a total.
Yes.
And her 2015, I think her 2014 total was slightly over 46,000. For 2015, it's a little over 26,000,
That's right.
and then back down to 11,000 in 2016.
Yes.
And then this is her total amount of cash deposits here at the bottom.
For that time frame, 2013, 2016,
What year had the highest amount of cash deposits?
2014.
Did you also graph these by month?
I did.
Let me get back to that slide. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be, the columns are the years and then the totals, and then your months below. You've got the total amount she deposited per month, per year.
Yes.
Okay, you said the highest amount of cash deposits between 2013 and 2016 was in the year 2014.
Yes.
How much more did she deposit in 2014 than 2013? Is that twice as much, 3 times as much?
Almost 3 times as much.
3 times as much. Okay, and then 2015, 26,000?
Yes.
about twice as much as in 2013?
Yes,
And then in 2016, 11,000 or 11,921?
that's correct.
Okay. Looking at these numbers, which month is her highest amount of cash deposits?
August of 2014,
So August 2014 is the highest amount in all of the years,
yes,
in all of the months?
yes.
Okay, how much did she deposit in, can you use your laser, do you mind? How much did she deposit in August of 2014?
August 20,
Might have, maybe there's a side button to turn it on or bottom.
okay, so there's August of 2014 was 13,200.
And that would be the month following July 18th, 2014,
Yes,
which was when Dan Markel was murdered.
that's correct.
When is the second highest cash deposit after
This-
that one?
The second highest is August 2014.
No, I'm sorry. You said August 2014 was the highest?
Second highest,
Okay. What was the highest?
August 2014,
Okay. What was the second highest?
October,
Okay. October of 2014.
yes,
Okay. That was about 3 months after the murder?
yes.
And that was the same month you said that she got the breast augmentation done?
That's correct.
What amount did she deposit in October of 2014?
5,720.
What was the third highest amount?
Was July 2014.
That was the same month Dan Markel was murdered?
That's correct.
How much did she deposit in that month?
5,300.
What do we see here?
It's a visual representation of her cash deposits by month.
For the year of 2014?
Yes,
Okay. You just walked us through the three highest amount of cash deposits in all three of those years, and they were all in 2014, right?
yes,
So that's why we're looking at a line graph of just the year 2014.
that's correct.
So you said August was the highest. Can you show us where August is?
August,
Okay, and that was 13,200.
that's correct.
The amounts are here on the other axis.
That's right.
Okay, and then you said the second highest was in October 2014. Where's that
Right
amount?
here.
Okay, and you said the third highest were in July of 2014. Can you show that to us?
Right there.
Okay. What do we see here?
This is a visual representation of her cash deposits from the whole 2013 to 2016 timeframe by month.
Okay, so we've got down at the bottom, January 2013, all the way to December 2016.
That's correct.
Okay, what month is the big peak that we see close to the middle? What month is that?
August 2014.
Okay, so in August 2014, that's that, I believe it was 13,200 cash deposit.
That's correct.
Okay, and the months kind of surrounding it that we just talked about, her second and third highest, we see those as well.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, does any other month even come close to that August 2014 deposit?
No.
It's about twice as much as the other months?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. A lot of this is getting to be asked and answered.
All right, let's move on, Ms. Dugan.
Yes, sir. All right, were you able to compare the cash deposit line graph with the employment bar graph that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay? And is that depicted here?
That's correct.
So here we can see the businesses she was receiving income from per her bank records and employment records compared to how much cash she was depositing every month over the course of those years.
That's correct.
Okay? And was that also compared with the date of Dan Markel's murder, July 18th, 2014?
That's right.
Okay, and is that the black line we see in the middle of the, close to the middle of the screen here?
It is.
Going from July all the way to the top?
Yes.
All right, and this in your notebook is 81M. I have a couple of questions about what we see here. What were the amount of cash deposits in the 12 months before the murder? So from July of 2013 to the summer of 2014?
15,600.
15,600, the 12 months before the murder?
Yes.
What were the cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder? So from July 19, 2014 to July 31st, 2015?
44,963.
And that's about 3 times as much?
Yes.
Of all the cash deposits that you analyzed over the period January 2013 to the end of 2016, you said August had the highest amount, and that was at 13,200. My question is there any record in her bank records or employment records that she was employed during that time?
Not according to that bar chart, no.
Okay, and this bar chart is based on her employment records and bank records?
It is.
Okay, can you show where you're talking about here with your laser?
The gap from Sophie Dental to Adelson Institute. There was no employment listed.
Okay, and that's during that August 2014 13,200 peak?
Yes.
From the date that Dan Markel was murdered till July 18th, 2014, till the end of August, so the end of the next month, August 31st, 2014, those, I guess it'd be about 5 or 6 weeks, I'll say 6 weeks.
Okay.
What was the total amount of cash that she deposited into her account during those 6 weeks?
17,300.
So it's 13,200 alone the month of August, but when you combine that with those last 2 weeks of July after Dan Markel was murdered, it's 17,300?
That's correct.
And by September, you said that she's the first check of her Adelson Institute is being written,
That's correct.
and in October, she received the breast augmentation,
That's correct.
and that's all the same year?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said you reviewed some Adelson Institute account records. Did their business give cash discounts for services?
I believe they did.
Did you, what was the annual income of Adelson Institute?
The Adelson Institute, just based on what they had coming in for income, not profit, was about $2 million.
And it was around that amount each year?
Yes.
And you said they had assets above and beyond that. You said they had 18 different investment accounts?
That's correct.
And about how much did Charlie Adelson make annually? Because he not only worked for Adelson Institute, but he also traveled around and earned income from other dental practices doing periodontal work, right?
That's correct.
How much did he make annually?
Some years it'd be 3 million, others it'd be a little higher.
So 3 million or a little higher each year
Yes.
during these years we've been talking about?
Yes. He also had profit from real estate as well.
Okay. No further questions?
All right, this is going to be a good time for us to break and before the cross-examination. So we'll give you an hour for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. Again, please remember no discussions amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please stay away from any press reports and the internet, and we'll see everybody back at 1:15 to continue with the testimony. Thank you. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated. So just so I can get a gauge on how we're going to proceed this afternoon, Mr. DeCoste, you're doing the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me go ahead and excuse the witness first, and then we'll discuss about some scheduling. So you can go ahead, and if you need to leave anything here, the courtroom will be secure, but I'll leave that up to you. If you could just remain outside the courtroom. All right. So we'll see you at 1:15, okay? All right, now the witness is out of the courtroom. So what is your, Mr. DeCoste, what's your best estimate in regards to the time for your cross-examination? I don't want to know how many pages, I just want your best estimate.
That's how I gauge it. I would say 30 to 50 minutes.
Okay, all right. And then, Ms. Kappelman, then you'll be calling as your next witness after that, who?
I'll go according to the order provided to the court.
Okay, all right. And you'll be playing then some audio this afternoon?
I hope so.
Okay, all right. We'll see about that. And, okay. We'll go into recess then for an hour. We'll see everybody back at 1:15. Okay? Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right. Anything before we resume with Ms. Hull? Ms. Kappelman?
Judge, there's two exhibits I wanted to bring to the court's attention that I think might fall into the same bucket as the call that Your Honor ruled on first thing this morning, the call to Erica, that Erica Johnson made to Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
So these are both relating to the undercover number being called, which wasn't really considered part of the wire. It was recorded separately by the undercover. So there's two short calls. One is marked as 128. That is the undercover call to the Adelson Institute, which was one of the bumps subsequent to the initial one we've talked a lot about.
All right. So this is Charlie Adelson to the Institute?
This is the undercover agent to the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
And then there's what I've marked as states 134, Charlie Adelson to the undercover. Both of these, at least one of them I anticipate authenticating and laying some foundation for today, but I'm fine with holding off on publication of either of them. If Your Honor wants to listen to those tonight, we can argue about that in the morning.
All right. What? Tell me again what 134 is. Who to who?
That one is Charlie Adelson to the undercover number.
All right. Because that's what I have as 128 on this
I know,
list.
and there.
I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I don't have an issue
Yes,
with it.
I made a mess of it, so I'm trying to clear it up now.
Okay. All right. So if you could send those both to me,
Yes, sir.
and then, and you're saying that both of those are what, not for the truth of the matter asserted? Is that what your argument is?
Yes, sir. It'd be the same arguments.
Okay. And are you familiar with those calls?
I am, Your Honor, and for posterity, we would make the legal argument. So if the government's not entering in, or they're alleging that they're not entering in for the truth of the matter, we would ask for the relevance of it, for them to articulate why they're entering it in then.
Okay. Why don't I review them first, and then when I get the argument in regards to that, correct. If they're not for the truth, then they must be for some reason, and so I'll ask for that once and after I have reviewed them. So if you could send them to my email in the same manner that Ms. Dugan sent the other one, that really made it easy. I take it that these are pretty short calls?
Yes, Your Honor. They're both short.
Okay. All right. And so let me make a note.
You did?
Your Honor, doesn't mind if I move rather well. I'm just getting this.
No, not a problem. All right. Anything else, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything for the defense, Mr. DeCoste, before we bring Ms. Hull back onto the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Can somebody notify Ms. Hull, please? All right, you just come back and take the stand, please. All right, let's bring the jury in. Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony of Ms. Hull and its cross-examination. And Mr. DeCoste, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hull, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. All right. You went through a lot of stuff in your direct examination with the charts, and you did a whole bunch of work on this case, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be offensive in reducing down the testimony, but I'm thinking that we can agree on a few points here. There was a bunch of cash that went into Katherine Magbanua's accounts, right?
Correct.
And then there were some cash purchases, right?
That's correct.
And the cash is coming from somewhere.
Correct.
You can't say where.
That's correct.
And we can agree that there was a spike in 2014 in that cash.
Yes.
All right. And you looked at everything from 2013 all the way to 2016.
That's correct.
Okay. So your job, understanding you're now with U.S. Attorney's Office, right? Not all DOJ as well, too, right?
That's correct. One
All
and
right.
the same.
So previously you were with the state, you were a financial investigator.
Yep.
And that title of investigator, some could interpret to mean that you're out there gathering items. In this case, in your work in this case, would you agree with me that you weren't independently investigating things? You weren't meeting with witnesses, right?
That's correct.
You didn't sit down with anybody, either Ms. Magbanua or any witnesses that are involved in this case?
That's correct.
That it was more of law enforcement and the prosecution getting you items, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't issue any subpoenas to get any records, stuff like that?
No,
So your review is confined to what was provided to you?
that's correct.
All right. So let's knock out another quick topic. You did the comprehensive review, and I'm going to stay on the cash with Katherine, but this is an aside. With respect to your review of the Adelsons, all of them and their work accounts, do you agree with me that there was no withdrawal of cash that then corresponds to the deposits by Ms. Magbanua?
That's correct.
All right. Now, before we get back to Ms. Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, you'd agree with me that the analysis that you could do was limited because at times he didn't have a bank account, at times you couldn't get records, stuff like that.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me, too, that you wouldn't be able to do a financial analysis of any cash that he brings in by way of his crimes.
That's correct.
You understand that he is the father of Ms. Magbanua's children
That's what I understand.
and that he supports his kids through her.
I would assume so, yes.
Once he finally had a job, a legitimate job, and this would be all the way into, I think, 2016, there was actually a little bit over $10,000 worth of money that was coming out of his account and going to her.
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that he wasn't supporting her in the years prior?
I don't have any reason to doubt that.
But you have no way of analyzing any of his transactions if they were done in cash.
That's correct.
All right. Now, with respect to Ms. Magbanua's work, give me a second. Showing you the charts that you put together. Can you tell me on there what accounts for the liquor promotions? Well, let me ask that differently. Are you aware that Ms. Magbanua for a period of time did liquor promotions?
Not specifically like that. It gave me the name of the business.
Okay, let's go to the next business. What about Club Fate?
I am aware that she had 2 checks from them.
Okay. Are you, so let's back up for a second before we get into this other employment. Your analysis, you'd agree with me, is confined to employment that she has where she's receiving a check into her bank account.
That's correct. Yes.
That your analysis, you're not able to analyze any cash-paying job she has.
Individually, that's correct.
Had, let's say, the government given you, employee records or something from different cash-paying businesses, you could have incorporated that into your analysis and your spreadsheet here, correct?
I could have put it into some sort of chart, but I wouldn't have mixed it with the bank records.
All right. Now, I'm not putting on you as the reason why we don't have this, but I want to go through and find out if any of this is involved here. So Club Fate, Ms. Magbanua worked at Club Fate, and it was something that she was receiving cash tips. Does any of your analysis here account for her work at Club Fate?
No,
In the summer of 2014,
no,
you said that, and you did testify in direct examination about a check that bounced, right?
two checks,
And that was in April and June of 2015, right?
15, yes.
All right. Now, are you aware, and understanding that you don't know what employment she had at Club Fate, you don't have records and stuff like that, do you happen to know the amount of cash tips that she had received from her work at Club Fate during that time? Or is it confined only to a bounce check?
I don't specifically know what cash she would have gotten, but if it was cash, it would be reflected in that chart, if she put the cash in the bank.
All right. So let's back up a little bit here. So working at Club Fate, there's two different types of tips that you get. If a patron pays with a credit card and they tip on the credit card, the business pays the employee by way of check. If the employee is given a cash tip, they keep that, right?
Okay.
So Ms. Magbanua, if she were to be depositing cash tips from Club Fate, it's not reflected here in employment, but it's part of that, it would be part of that cash that's going into her account, correct?
It could be, yes.
All right, but you just don't, and again, I'm not putting the blame on you, you just don't know because you don't have that information.
Correct.
What about Hollywood Live? This chart that you did, does it in any way account for her employment at Hollywood Live, another nightclub?
No,
Have you ever heard of Optimar Realty?
I have.
All right, and it's your understanding that Ms. Magbanua was working for Fabian Radislovich at Optimar Realty between April of 2016 and June of 2016?
I don't have any record of that.
Okay, and not saying that, again, not saying that it was on you to go out and get it. If law enforcement had brought to you, you now work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, if they had brought to you a 302, an FBI report that says, we spoke to Fabian Radislovich, Ms. Magbanua worked for me between April 2016 and June 2016, and I've paid her exclusively in cash.
Okay.
All right. You would agree with me, though, that this chart here that's talking about the cash deposits, you're not able to put in there employment at Optimar Realty, right?
If she was paid in cash and put it in her account, I could show it.
Now, when you say put it in her account, you have cash going into the account. So let's just take this, October 2013, cash goes into the account.
Mhm.
How would you know whether that is tips or not?
I wouldn't.
All right, so what I'm saying is, and what we're talking about, not on the spikes of the deposits, we're talking about the horizontal bars that you have. There's nothing in there for Optimar Realty, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Jerome Obid, he ran Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you know how much he provided to Ms. Magbanua in cash separate to her paychecks?
I do not.
And again, not putting this on you, you're not out there speaking to Dr. Obid and investigating like that, right?
Right.
Nor are you out there, requesting documents. You're going on what's been given to you.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this chart that you did doesn't account for employment. And I'm not asking you whether she did or did not work there. Just, do you agree with me that this does not account for employment at Club Fate,
It does not.
Hollywood Live,
It does not.
Jerome Obid, if he's paying cash,
Correct.
Optimar Realty,
That's correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
That's also correct.
You don't know any of the amounts that Sigfredo Garcia gave over those years, correct?
That's correct.
Now coming back over, and I think it's your 81A. And highlighting those. There we go. Those right there, 2013, 14, and 15, you can't account, and I'm not blaming you on this, but you can't account for what, if any, support Sigfredo Garcia gave, right?
That's correct.
But you'd agree with me, in 2016, he's clearly showing that he's somebody who's supportive.
Yes,
So if we were to average the amount, there could be an additional $45,000 over those 3 years of support that he's given, but it's by way of cash from his criminal actions.
well, I can't quantify it, but yes, he could have given her cash.
We can agree either way, you don't know. He may have given nothing, he may have given that amount, we just don't know.
Correct.
All right. So, to look at this a little bit differently, if Ms. Magbanua in the summer of 2014 is working at Club Faith, and then over at Club Hollywood Live, then in 2015, from April to June of 2015, and I'm trying to do estimates here to line it up, the letters are real small. So we've got the first two set of lines, Club Faith, Hollywood Live, Jerome Ovid, Optimar Realty, Sigfredo Garcia. Can we agree that those are potential sources of cash income during that time? Not cash income, income in support.
If she put it in her bank account, yes.
Now, when you say, and I want to jump into that just to make sure that I understand it correctly, if she put it into her bank account,
Correct.
what do you mean by that?
I can only analyze the data that's in the bank statement.
Oh, you're saying like if money is kept at home, like you wouldn't be able to analyze it.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe, is there any way for you to know either way, whether the money that she's receiving right here is because Sigfredo Garcia has gotten a big payday by way of committing a murder?
I would not know the source of the cash.
It's just you're not able to know exactly what's going on with that cash.
Correct.
Okay. But you'd agree with me that your analysis in the color portion above, which is a little bit more straight than my lines, that it does not account for 1 penny of support from Sigfredo Garcia,
Correct.
any nightclub jobs,
That's correct.
Optimar Realty.
That's also correct.
Now, have you ever worked in the nightlife industry at a
No.
club? Would you even know where to begin on how much somebody doing VIP bottle service in Miami should be making?
I do not.
All right. So let's now go to Government 75. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any withdrawals, right? To correspond to the $4,000 payment that was made.
Correct.
You have no way of saying that that money ties back to the Adelsons or any crime that was committed in this case, right?
That's correct.
All you have in here is that Ms. Magbanua herself went in there and made a $4,000 payment during a time when she's receiving cash, where she's working cash jobs, and paid for the surgery herself.
Ca-
Overruled.
Okay.
If cash is cash, I do not know.
You would agree with me that there's a very small percentage payment made by a Visa card,
Yes.
and that was Ms. Magbanua's Visa card?
2 payments, yes.
And ultimately, when she had to pay for her own medical records when the government requested them, she paid the $1,350 herself?
It says patient pickup, so I would agree to that.
At the end of the day, you'd agree with me that it is speculation to say that this money that came from somebody else other than Ms. Magbanua and her own hard work.
I cannot determine the source of the cash.
Let's not talk about government's 69. You remember this, right?
Yes.
That's a little bit better to see. This is the title for the Lexus, right?
It is.
Do you happen to know the MSRP value in 2014, I'm sorry, 2015 of a 14-year-old vehicle with 160,000 miles?
I do not.
Do you know whether 1,700 is above or below that amount?
I do not.
Do you know how many accidents that vehicle was involved in?
No.
just like the surgery that we spoke a moment ago, it would be speculation to say that Ms. Magbanua did not pay for this, correct? You don't know either way.
That's correct.
You're just analyzing and saying, look, there is a connection between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson for this vehicle, and I don't know if those monies were actually paid.
That's correct.
In your work on this case, were you ever given recordings of any phone call intercepts?
I had a hard drive that had other information in it, but I wasn't specifically asked to review any of it.
All right. So let me explain a little bit more what I'm asking, and I'll ask it again. So in this case, in 2016, you're aware that there was some recordings of phone calls that were done.
I'm aware they had phone calls recorded, yes.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls where Ms. Magbanua is talking about how she purchased this vehicle from us?
That's sustained.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been provided the Charles Adelson's iCloud messages?
Yes,
All right. Now, you testified on direct examination that there is no evidence of this car being purchased, right?
that I could find.
Do you not remember, or is that a no?
I do not see anything in the bank records that reflected a payment for it.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at Charles Adelson's iCloud messages with Ms. Magbanua going back to January of 2016?
It wouldn't matter my analysis on the bank records.
No, so this is just as to the vehicle. You testified, the government asked you, and you testified and said there's no evidence that this was a legitimate purchase. And I've asked you if you review the iMessages, you said that you did, is that correct?
I did review some of them, yes.
Okay, did you review the ones where Charles Adelson is?
I'd object to hearsay, Judge, if we could have a sidebar.
Okay, we'll go sidebar.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You can.
If you maximize it, it throws it all out. From here, just scroll down, and it goes about 15 messages back. And let me know when you're all set, and I'll come up and grab it.
I think I'm past it.
Okay, perfect. Really fast. You ready there?
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. Hull, would you agree with me that that's evidence that Ms. Magbanua purchased that vehicle?
It's evidence that she's talking about purchasing it,
And this would have been in January of 2016,
according to that, yes.
before any wiretaps,
I don't know about the wiretap.
before any arrests.
Yeah, it would be before the arrest.
And in fact, the discussion is specifically about how much was paid for the vehicle.
Yes,
Now, of course, there's a discussion in there about the amount to offset what would be the tax responsibility, but you would agree with me that there's no discussion in there about, hey, you know the car that I gave you for the murder? There's no discussion like that, right?
that's correct.
Instead, it's specifically the car that you purchased from me.
Okay,
It-
Yes.
Do you agree?
yes.
Let's go now to, and I think it's your 81E. I'm going to switch to it in a second. So let's talk about the cash now. Let's go back to that. And again, we agree that there's cash going into Ms. Magbanua's accounts 2013, 14, 15, 16, and there is that spike in 2014. We agree on that, right?
Yes,
And money's going in.
yes.
You have no reason to believe that Ms. Magbanua is not depositing all of her cash, right?
Could you rephrase that?
You have no reason to believe that she's keeping money at home.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Things that we don't know, right?
Yes,
Obviously, the $4,000 payment for the breast augmentation and the $1,700 for the Lexus, you don't see a withdrawal, but other than that, you have no reason to believe that she's not putting her money in the bank.
correct.
Now, would you agree with me that in your review, you found something, let's use the word off or peculiar, with the way that she made deposits? That there was multiple deposits on the same day to different bank accounts?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes there would be multiple. She had a Bank of America account and a Chase account, and there were times that she would make 2 deposits at Bank of America or Chase on the same day.
Correct.
Was that an issue for you as a financial investigator?
Not for what she's charged.
Okay. Now, you can't say the reason why somebody would do that. I mean, there could be transfer costs on bank accounts, right?
There's not usually a transfer cost from one account to another.
From bank to bank.
The only fees I can think of would be ATM fees.
All right. And you don't know what the max deposit account is for certain accounts, or all accounts, do you?
No,
Now, we're clear on the topic that we're talking about, right? On one day, there'd be multiple deposits into her same accounts, right?
yes,
All right. You found in your review that that was normal activity for Ms. Magbanua, right?
it appeared to be consistent, let's put it that way.
So what we're talking about here is, what I've done is I've taken your exhibit and highlighted it in yellow. So we start in 2014. What you have is our days where, for instance, of line 41 and 42, she's making a deposit at Bank of America and Chase. Lines 45, 46, doing the same thing. You go down to lines 59, 60, and 61, she makes 2 deposits at Chase in the same day. Right?
Okay, yes,
You would agree with me, though, that this was normal activity for Ms. Magbanua? Because back in 2013, she was doing the exact same thing.
yes,
2013, that's almost a year before she's even met Charles Adelson.
I don't know when she met him.
If they met in October, you'd agree that this shows 10 months before, right?
Yes,
So we've got his lines 3, 4, and 5, she's doing the same thing, but she's making multiple deposits in the same day.
yes,
You have no reason, you don't know why she's done that, right?
I do not.
And you have no reason to say to this jury that it was wrong for her to do it, right?
That's correct.
forward in time. We're going now 2016, and this continues throughout the life of the records that you have, that Ms. Magbanua is doing the exact same thing. First, we have 2013, early 2014, 2015, she's doing the same thing, right?
That's correct.
No? Sorry about that. 2015 doing the same thing. 2016 doing the same thing.
Yes.
And when does it stop to you? When does it appear to stop?
Well, the last note is the line 128 to February 11th, 2016.
Sigfredo Garcia was arrested right about here, right?
It was May 25th, 2016, I believe.
So after Sigfredo Garcia is arrested, you have no more of these cash deposits like this, right?
Well, yeah, that's correct.
Now, your analysis of Ms. Magbanua stops forever right here, line 135, August 10th, because she's arrested, correct?
This one stops because she made the last deposit of cash, but her records went on to the end of 16. There wasn't much activity though,
No activity after October when she's arrested, correct?
except for automated charges.
Okay. Now, let's go back to 81A. I hate to be a stickler, but Ms. Coas will get mad at me if I don't correct it. There's the occasional mistake, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's the occasional mistake, right?
In what?
You agree with me that, well, I mean, all of this, it's important that it's literally down to the penny to the dollar, correct?
Yes.
All right, so this name right here, you sat with Ms. Coas in deposition, right?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not making a big deal about that, but she'll get mad at me if I don't correct it. It's Coas, right?
Sorry
Not Copas. Okay, so setting that up for something else that is a little bit more important, which is prior analysis that you've done in this case. That is a understandable and minor mistake. Years back in 2019, you had done a bar chart, the same color bar chart showing Ms. Magbanua's employment, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this one that was done back in 2019 is different than the one that you presented here today.
Yes.
All right, the difference is that first, we don't have the SEO next, but that the employment of Broward Dermatology with Jerome Obed changed.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that was because in your review you discovered a Bancorp wire transfer that you were able to attribute over to Dr. Obed that you previously weren't able to do.
The Bancorp, yeah, I guess that's what it was.
Well, let me ask you differently. You would agree with me that 2019 version is different than 2022.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that you had all the information to do the chart in 2019, you just discovered, wait a second, there was a mistake and you changed it?
That's fair to say.
Let's now go to the, let's go back to the, let's go to the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
Now, before we get into these checks, let's talk about something you said on direct examination, that you didn't receive records, like a performance evaluation or an application.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that those aren't required.
They were required if they had them to submit
Yeah.
them. Yes.
By law in Florida or the United States, there's no requirement that an employer make somebody fill out an application.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she filled out an application for Jerome Obed?
I do not.
Same thing with the performance evaluation. That's something that if the employer does it, they do it, right?
Correct.
You as a witness obviously you can analyze the numbers, but you can't say to this jury that she didn't work there, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
In your review of what you have, in fact, it indicates that she did.
Right.
But you see some things that are off.
Could you be more clear?
Yeah, you saw some issues. You saw sequential checks,
Gotcha.
you saw advance pay, that you saw some things that were a little bit off, and you brought that out in direct examination, right?
It's just analysis work, just giving all angles.
All right. So, going back to the records for a second, did you get the records for Erica Johnson or Clarissa Loredo?
No,
Any other employee of the Adelson Institute?
no,
Do you know whether they filled out applications
I do not.
or whether they got performance evaluations
No,
or had a W-2?
I don't.
You would agree with me that there could be businesses out there that just don't do this stuff.
That's possible, yes.
But it doesn't mean that Ms. Magbanua didn't work there.
Correct.
All right. Now let's go back to the checks, these checks. You've never sat and spoken with Donna Adelson, correct?
No, I have not.
And for the jury, and correct me if I'm wrong, Donna Adelson is the one that's writing all these checks.
She signed all the checks, yes.
You don't know her work schedule,
I do not.
her check writing habits?
No,
You don't have any checks for those other employees to see if Ms. Magbanua's pay was any different than theirs, right?
there would have been checks in the bank statements that I looked at.
Okay, so have you done a spreadsheet for Clarissa Loredo, for Erica Johnson?
No,
So you can't say whether this was in any way different than the way that Donna Adelson functioned for all of her employees?
that's correct.
All right. Can you say when these checks were given to Ms. Magbanua?
I can't.
Now, what we have here, and I think the jury gets it, I want to go through it. This is the date that's posting, the check number, the amount, the date on the check is the amount. And the issue that you saw is that the checks are being written before the memo date, right?
The check's being written before the end of the work week, which is listed in the memo.
Okay, and again, we don't know, I mean, Donna Adelson, she could work 1 day a week.
That's correct.
How many times out of these 44 checks did Ms. Magbanua cash the check, going on the posting date on the left, cash the check before the pay period ended?
None.
All right. That would indicate to you that she's not getting the check until after the pay period, correct? She could either be holding on to it and depositing it later,
That's true.
or she's not receiving it. Donna Adelson is coming in, doing a batch of checks, leaving them, and she's getting her checks after the pay period, right?
Correct.
You don't know either way.
That's correct.
Who would be the best person to explain Donna Adelson's check writing practices?
Donna Adelson.
You, having worked at the state level and the federal level, you understand that the government can subpoena her to get up on that stand and answer questions to this jury, correct?
They could.
And she could explain why the checks were written in a certain way
Yes,
and shed light on all of this.
that's true.
Now, this one, we're going to have to do some calendar math. On direct examination, you were asked about Ms. Magbanua's surgery that was in October, and talked about this line right here, which was the pay period. Now, you'd agree with me that on all these memo lines, like September 18th, you got 19, 20, 21, there's 3 days in between the pay period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then 14, 15, 16, that there's like 2 or 3 days in between the pay periods, right?
Yes,
How many days are there in October?
31.
So if we were to go October 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and it starts on the 20th, and it goes to the 30th, that will give they'll give 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. There are a couple of days that are in between there, correct?
Yes,
All right. You don't know whether Ms. Magbanua had taken a couple of days while the surgery was taken, which would explain why there is that greater gap in between the pay periods there.
that's possible, yes.
And you also don't know why that memo line was kept blank, do you?
No,
You don't know what Ms. Magbanua's work hours were at the Adelson Institute,
I do not.
or what her work actually was.
That's true, I do not.
the fact that the memo line is clear could be an indication that she's working different days or that that schedule is altered during that time, correct? Could be. You just don't know.
That's right.
Now, the theory here is that, if you know, the government's theory here is that this was free money for having helped with the murder, right?
I'm not really going to comment on their theory. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you were asked a question on direct examination of a flight that Charles Adelson paid for Miss Magbanua, right?
Yes.
All right. In review of Charles Adelson's iCloud data, have you seen the messages where Miss Magbanua pays him back for that?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right. Now, you've also gone through Miss Magbanua's Bank of America accounts. I have no doubt that you've gone through every single line,
Yes.
right? And you figured out all the amounts. 1 second, John. One brief moment, John. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Hall, I'm showing you one page of one of the statements. You know what that is, right?
Yes, it's Miss Magbanua's Bank of America account 6984.
And it's one page out of an entire statement with transactions for Ms. Magbanua?
Yes.
And you know what that is because you painstakingly went over every transaction over the years?
Yes.
And that is in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in the last time you saw it?
I believe so.
Defense offered with pre-marked is defense 20 is defense 20.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 20.
Publisher on it?
Yes.
So Ms. Hall, the thought was that the flight was a gift, right?
I cannot say, it just showed the charge for it.
All right, you'd agree with me that Ms. Magbanua was getting dental work done and being charged by the Adelson Institute paying for it, that she ain't getting stuff for free.
Objection to speculation.
That's sustained.
Did Ms. Magbanua pay the Adelson Institute for some procedure?
It appears so, yes.
Would that indicate to you that it is free or paid for?
It was paid for.
You were asked questions on your direct examination by Ms. Dugan, and you made a comment about a statement by Ms. Magbanua, right?
What statement?
So you said you reviewed Ms. Magbanua's statement, right? Testimony.
Yes.
And you were asked a specific portion of that, correct?
Could you clarify what we're referring to?
All right, so on direct examination, you talked about a statement by Ms. Magbanua that you reviewed. Remember that?
Are you talking about her testimony?
Correct.
I don't think I reviewed any of her specific testimony.
Okay, so did I mishear on direct examination when you said that?
I don't remember ever saying that.
All right, have you reviewed that
No.
those
No.
statements?
No.
All right, you know they exist, right?
I know she was testifying last time at this first trial.
And Ms. Kappelman was asking her questions, right?
I believe so.
And it was about 4 hours long.
I was under rule, I couldn't watch it.
Understood. Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
That was the bank statements I was asking you about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ma'am?
It was bank statements, not her statements.
Okay,
So,
just want to be clear. He asked you about a payment from her account to the Adelson Institute. Do you know what doctor she saw at the Adelson Institute in January 2015, the same day as that payment, or which dentist she saw?
no, I don't.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see her discussing which dentist she saw?
Sure.
Ms. Dugan, you can show it to us. Thank you. I can give you exhibits there too. So I would ask that you use the full one. Okay, we'll recall.
That correspond with the same date? Okay. Mhm. Okay.
Did that help refresh any recollection about what dentist you may have seen that day?
According to those records, it says she saw Mr. Adelson, Harvey
Adelson, the father.
Adelson.
All right, while we're on the topic, or on the topic of Adelson Institute, I'll just ask this. As to Donna Adelson, you said you're familiar with the fact that the state can subpoena witnesses. Are you familiar with the fact that people that are suspected of crimes also have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent? Is that
Objection,
something-
Your Honor, sidebar.
Let's go sidebar. Right, the objection is sustained. The question will not be permitted, and move on to the next question.
Yes, sir. Would Adelson Institute employees like Erica Johnson or Clarissa Libredo, if they were asked about Donna Adelson's check writing practices, whether she wrote sequential checks, is that something that could possibly give us insight into that?
Yes.
You said, the records from Adelson Institute did not detail the hours, any hours that Katherine Magbanua worked or what her job was. Was the response from Adelson Institute sparse in comparison to responses you've received in analysis for businesses in the past?
Yes.
The defense showed you something in the iCloud where they were discussing the Lexus. Was there anything in the bank records that would indicate a payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this Lexus?
No.
Defense showed you this.
So that's my notes though. It may still be up there. Let me see that one again. No, it's the one that doesn't have SEO next and Jerome Obert is off. I got it here somewhere, or it still may be up there. I'll look.
But basically, the defense showed you an employment timeline that you made a couple of years ago. And on that employment timeline, thank you. there was some information on this employment timeline, or there's additional information on the current employee timeline than on the prior employee timeline, right?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have more bank records now than we had in 2019 in this case?
Yes,
Okay, so your employment timeline now reflects the additional bank records we have, any additional payments that she had from these businesses or other businesses from the additional months of records we got from January to July of 2013?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the cross-examination.
Overruled. You can
Yes.
answer.
Okay. So one of the reasons the employee timeline is different is because of the additional bank records that we received.
that's correct.
Okay. He also asked you about a payment that you were able to attribute to Jerome Obed that you originally had as an unknown source of income. You said it was did you say it was a Bancor payment?
Yes,
So it was a payment from a bank called Bancor.
yes,
And at the time, in 2019, you didn't know exactly what that was, so you put it as an unknown source of income in your pie chart.
yes,
Okay. You put it as a source of income. It wasn't cash. It was a source of income that was deposited into your account. You just didn't know where it was from.
I believe I listed it as Bancor.
Bancor. Okay, thank you, Bancor. But then you were able to dig deeper and see it was actually a payment from Jerome Obed's office.
Yes,
So you added that to your employee timeline as well.
yes,
Okay. So you found what was basically an income source that you weren't sure about. You found where it was a legitimate source of income and you listed it as such.
that's correct.
Okay, which is kind of in her favor, wouldn't you
Yes,
say?
it is, yes, it is.
Also in the employee timeline, the defense asked you about, it doesn't reflect if she was working in a job where she only earned cash at a nightclub. Okay, so if a nightclub like, let's say, a Hollywood Live, do you have any knowledge of Hollywood Live, what that is?
No,
If Hollywood Live is an all-cash business, is that something that you would be able to track on your employment timeline?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
If Hollywood Live is an all-cash business, is that something you would be able to track on your employment timeline based on the bank records?
no,
If Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live prior to Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live prior to July of 2014, would she be working at Hollywood Live during the August cash fight?
no, no,
If she worked at Fate in 2015, April through June of 2015, when she received those bounce checks, would that be after the August cash spike?
yes,
And they asked you about, could Dr. Obed have been paying her in cash? She was receiving paychecks from Broward Dermatology, where Dr. Obed was her boss.
yes,
Is that correct? Okay. And for Sigfredo Garcia, were his paychecks being deposited into her account in 2016?
no, they were in his account.
Okay. If she took him to court for child support in 2015, would his financial assistance in 2016 be after that?
Yes,
And your 2019 employment timeline, you had an employment timeline like this with bar graphs, but you also had, there was also one that had a line graph and a murder line, the same as this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. If the person receiving these Adelson Institute checks where the period, the time period for the dates worked is in the memo line, would the person see that and could deposit it after that time period?
Oh, you have an objection?
Speculation as to
That's
what somebody else would
speculation.
say.
That's sustained.
The time period for the date worked is on each check, though?
Yes.
Did you review Katherine Magbanua's tax filings?
I did.
Was there any indication in her tax filings in 2013, 2014, 2015, where she claimed any employment at any bars, restaurants, clubs?
No.
Did she report any cash tips on her tax returns?
No.
If you were hired by the defense instead of the state, would your analysis be any different of these bank records and employment records?
No.
That's all.
All right, can we excuse the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused, ma'am. Thank you. Statement call its next witness.
State calls Oscar Jimenez.
Oscar Jimenez, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. So please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up to that microphone, speak loud and clear into that, please.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Oscar E. Jimenez Jr. My first name is Oscar, middle initial E, Jimenez.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired.
What about back in 2016?
I was a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long were you employed with the FBI?
I was 22 and a half years.
What were your duties back in 2016?
Back then, I was assigned to a violent crime squad working human trafficking and innocent images.
As part of your duties, were you asked to participate in an undercover operation relating to a murder that occurred here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, and was that the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
All right, and was this something that, this type of undercover operation, was it something you'd participated in before?
I've participated in numerous operations with different criminal activity, but I've participated in some like this also.
All right, and what was your role in reference to this particular operation?
Well, in this operation, I was portraying myself as a Latin King member, and my job was to initiate a bump.
All right, a Latin King gang member?
Correct.
All right, and you were going to initiate a bump. What does a bump mean?
Well, a bump is a term we use in law enforcement where an undercover, like myself, would approach somebody, either a target or a subject of interest, and it would be used to either solicit information, give information, or possibly set up a follow-up meeting.
All right, and could the purpose be to generate discussion for a wiretap?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and on this particular occasion, I'm going to draw your attention to April 19th of 2016. What specifically were you asked to do?
On that particular day, I was instructed to bump Mrs. Donna Adelson and hand her a flyer.
All right, and when you say bump, are you gonna walk up to her?
That is correct.
And did that take place on the street in public?
It did.
All right, in Miami?
It is southern Miami, I believe.
All right, I'm gonna approach with what I marked as States 83. You recognize States 83?
Yes, I do.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of what was on the piece of paper that you handed, other than the handwriting that we're gonna discuss in a moment?
Yes, my recollection it
All
is.
right, so you handed a piece of paper to Donna Adelson, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and everything that's on this paper was similar to what you handed her, or exactly the same as what you handed her, other than some handwriting?
What really stands out to me is Mr. Markel's photograph and the handwriting. I can't say for sure about everything else on the paper.
Okay, was there an article on the piece of paper as well, or could it have just been a photo?
No, I believe it was some type of news article.
Okay, but you didn't memorize the news article to say whether this is the identical one?
No, I did not.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is the same or similar, substantially similar to what you handed to Donna Adelson?
Yes, correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
Any objection?
Ultimately, no, Your Honor, but there's a best evidence situation. It's not an exact copy of the original.
All right, that's overruled. It'll be admitted. States 83.
Can I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Publishing States 83. So we've got a article here with a photograph of Dan Markel, and you mentioned on the piece of paper that you handed to Donna Adelson, there was something handwritten. What was handwritten on that piece of paper?
There was a dollar amount, and a phone number.
All right, and what was the dollar amount, if you recall?
Well, I believe it was $5,000.
Okay, and what about the phone number? Do you have that committed to memory?
I do not. The only thing I know is that was my undercover cell number.
All right, and is there something that could refresh your recollection as to that?
My report, my 302,
All right, do you have a copy of that on you?
I do not.
Okay, give us just a moment.
He said at deposition he doesn't remember.
All right, so we've got a phone number on there that goes to what when you call it?
My undercover, it's a covert cell phone number.
All right, and if somebody during this operation was to call that cell number, they would either get you on the phone,
Just myself.
okay, or what? Possibly a voicemail?
Or a voicemail. Yes, there was a voicemail on it.
Okay, his 302 's not here. All right. And was the operation in which you approached Donna Adelson on the street and handed her this piece of paper, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both video and audio.
All right, and were you wearing a body-worn camera on your person?
I was, and that recorder recorded audio and video.
Okay, and was there also a team positioned further away that could record the interaction from across the street?
That is correct. There were security teams that were also recording.
Have you had an opportunity to review both the body-worn camera video and what we're calling the combined video that puts your audio on with the video from across the street?
I have had a chance.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 112 and 113. And have you initialed both of those exhibits indicating that they're fair and accurate copies?
Yes,
Okay, of both the recordings we just discussed.
that is correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 112, which is the body-worn camera of an undercover operative, as well as 113, which is what I've described as the joint video that includes the video from across the street.
Any objection?
No more than the previous motions and objections.
All right, to be admitted as states 112 and 113.
All right.
Talk to me.
right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 113, the combined bump video.
Okay.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bud. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto. Well, this will explain it. Thank you. Knock on this area.
Did that conclude your contact with Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right, and I wasn't able to put my hands on your report yet, but I do have did you offer prior testimony in reference to this matter?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection regarding the exact phone number written on that paper to review that testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with page 250.
Where are we looking? You just say it to them.
About middle of the page there, line 13. Yes, sir. Does that refresh your your recollection about the number?
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be correct?
Yes, it does.
And what is that phone number?
305-712-6570.
So that was your undercover number at the time?
That is correct.
I want to ask you about a couple other phone calls that we hear your voice on. One is, did anyone ever call the undercover number?
They did.
All right, I want to ask you about April 28, 2016, and I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 134. You had an opportunity to review that exhibit?
Yes,
All right, and is that a fair and accurate call of recording of the call that we're speaking of where somebody called your undercover number and it was recorded?
That
by
is-
law enforcement?
yes.
All right. Judge, this is one of the exhibits we're going to discuss further at a later time.
All right.
All right, and then State's Exhibit 128, did you also make an undercover call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right, and what was the purpose of that phone call?
I was trying to get Mrs. Adelson on the phone and also the purpose to tickle the wire.
All right, and was that done on April 28, 2016?
Yes, it was.
All right, so it's basically an additional bump to generate further conversation on the wire?
Another form, yes.
Okay, and is States 128 a fair and accurate copy of the phone call you made to the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
All right, and Judge, that's another exhibit we'll take up at a later time. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to kill myself on, so yeah, I'll take that. Good afternoon, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about, for a minute, the operation that day. You guys were down on south of 5th and Miami Beach, right?
I believe so, yes.
There's a whole bunch of agents that were involved?
Yes.
Because you need to have it for security to have other agents around, correct?
Correct.
The Miami Beach Police Department, they were also involved?
Yes.
So we had dozens of personnel.
There's quite a few.
It's a good amount of taxpayer money of agents and law enforcement that are involved, right?
Yes.
There was also a high-altitude plane.
That I don't, I understand that my job in this operation was simply to be the undercover agent. What was in the air or how many law enforcement were around, I can't tell you.
I'm not saying it was your choice to
No,
spend
I'm
the
saying
money.
I don't know if there was or there was not a high-altitude plane is what I'm saying.
All right. But you'd agree with me that it was a full-on operation, right?
Sure, yes.
Now, with respect to the letter that was given, and understanding that you're not the case agent.
Correct.
It's not you making the decision.
Yes, sir.
This is not the letter that was actually handed to Don Adelson, is it?
Not the one that's on that.
Nor is it an exact copy of it.
Well, I remember, to my recollection, I remember a news article, some type of news article, and Mr. Markel's picture on it.
You would agree with me that you don't remember exactly what was written on it.
Now I remember the dollar amount that was written on it, that it was handwritten on it, and the phone number that was written on it. There was a phone number written on it.
But you can't recall exactly how it was written, right?
How it was written? What do you mean by how it was written?
Are you telling this jury that you fully remember what was written on the paperwork that was given to Miss Adelson?
What was handwritten, yes.
Correct.
What was written on it. How it was written, I don't know.
Okay. You would agree with me that for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it was an oversight not to make a copy of the exact one that was given over.
That is correct.
In the previous bumps that you've done previous bumps, right?
Numerous.
Copies are made of whatever's handed over to the target.
Yes.
Now, The purpose of these bumps, and I think it's obvious, but let's go through it, that you approach a target and you want to see what actions are taken after that bump, right?
Well, like I stated earlier, there's different purposes for a bump, but in this situation, that would be correct. We bump and see what would happen.
You want to see who's going to contact who.
The purpose of the bump was to activate or tickle the wire,
All right, you want to tickle and see how it grows. Sort of like plant a tree and see how it grows, right?
something like that.
All right, now, you'd agree with me that there's two different ways to do this. You can do it organically, where you just go up and go, we helped you with the situation, we want money, right? Could have done that.
That's pretty much what we did.
But instead, it was not done organically because you said, my brother, right? You said your family, right? You said Katie twice, right?
Correct.
And you said Tuto twice.
That is correct.
And ultimately, there was communication between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and then Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, who is Tuto,
That I don't, like I said, I don't know what happened
not the
after
case
that.
agent. You would agree with me, though, that it could have been more effective to just not mention names of people to then see if people are going to communicate instead of giving a roadmap of what you think the communication should be.
I just did as I was instructed.
And that was Agent Patrick Sanford that instructed you?
And that is correct.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment, I think I'm done. All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You did prepare you call it a 302, but it's a report in reference to this matter, correct?
That is correct,
And the
302.
purpose of the 302 or the report is to document the details of what's done so that you don't have to remember the phone number 8 years later, 6 years later, how many ever years it is, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and your report did include the phone number, as we just read to the
Objection,
jury?
Your Honor. Improper to read what's in the report.
State your question, please.
The report did contain the undercover phone number that we already read to the jury, correct?
Correct.
And it also contained the amount, the $5,000 amount that was written on the paper, yes?
I believe so.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, we can excuse the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, you're free to go. Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break now. We'll take about 15 minutes, and Deputy will take the jury out, and we'll be back to resume with the testimony about 3 o'clock, okay?
But it's not.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed, and we'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Start promptly at that time. Please be seated. Anything before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman,
No, Your Honor.
anything from the defense?
Your Honor, and this is looking forward to after the state rest, so if Your Honor wants me to wait on it, we're trying to track down an FHP trooper that we've had under subpoena since April. He was served in April. We've communicated over. The state did give me a phone number. We just want to put the court on notice of that. This is a witness that we do need to call. We haven't got a response yet.
Okay. Well, he won't be testifying until tomorrow.
At the earliest, yes.
Right, at the earliest. And so let's just keep me informed, and we'll see what we need to do in regard. Did you have any success in reaching anything when you called the phone number?
No, Your Honor. I did leave a voicemail directly on his line. I was not able to get an operator, and I have called a couple of times. I do have his email. I emailed that, and I also called the number and left the message that the state provided.
Okay.
So we're trying
Do you know if he's still employed as a trooper?
Yeah, because we got service, yes.
Okay. And so do you know a particular office where he's employed? Do you have any of that?
Gainesville,
Okay. So have you tried to call that office?
yes.
Okay. And any success in that? Have you spoken to anybody there?
Across the board, no response.
Okay.
So we know his signature line from the email, so we have his email address. We have the main station that's in his email. Then I have the location that my process server served him at, and we effectively, and I have the proof of service, so I contacted that as well too, and the number that the government gave me. So we're trying to make sure that this isn't going to in any way delay the matter, but we're not getting a response from him right now.
Okay. All right. Just keep me informed, and if the court needs to get involved in that, then I will.
We're getting close, and that's why I'm putting the court on notice. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Okay, please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Special Agent Bronstein.
Mr. Bronstein, please. Good afternoon. Come to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Special Agent Luis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
What about back on April 20th, 2016?
At that time, I was a special agent with the FBI.
All right. Okay. Did you participate in a surveillance operation in Miami at a restaurant called Dolce Vita?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you a few questions, like what type of place is that?
It was a small restaurant and kind of a strip mall type setup. Served pizza and gelato, that kind of stuff.
All right. Do you know where it is exactly?
North of Miami Beach.
Okay. What was the objective of the operation that day?
If I remember correctly, I was tasked with surveilling Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And was Charlie Adelson going to be in the restaurant meeting with someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Catherine Magbanua.
Okay. And were you supposed to, when you said you're supposed to surveil them, what equipment were you using to do that?
Right as I arrived in vicinity of that restaurant, I met with another agent in the parking lot and was given a audio-video recording device.
All right. And was the recording device in proper working order that day?
Yes.
And were you able to capture some images as well as some audio at the neighboring table?
Yes.
Okay, so can you kind of describe the setup of where you were in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, when I entered the restaurant, I saw that they were seated towards the back, about as far back as you can go into the restaurant, so the north end of the structure. And I saw that there was a vacant table, where one side is like a booth type seating up against the wall, and then chairs on the other side. So I sat as close as I could get to them without looking suspicious, I guess you could say.
Okay, and you had this equipment, was it camouflaged in some way?
Yes, it's in like a laptop bag, messenger bag type of thing.
All right, and during the initial minutes of the audio, it's particularly difficult to hear. Was there any movement associated with you positioning yourselves in those first minutes or positioning the microphone closer to the subjects?
Oh, certainly.
Okay. And do you know about how long you were in there?
Roughly 1 hour.
And do you see the person in the courtroom today who met with Charlie Adelson and whose conversation you attempted to record on that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you point that person out and describe what she's wearing?
Seated, wearing glasses and a white shirt.
Okay, we've got two of those.
In between the two attorneys.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that came from your efforts?
Yes,
Okay, and it was a noisy restaurant, right?
that's correct.
A lot of background noise?
Yes,
That wasn't something that you were in control of?
that's correct.
Okay, you went in there, were you alone or were you with somebody else?
Another individual came into the restaurant and sat with me.
Okay, and was that person also an undercover?
Yes,
All right, and was that person also equipped with recording equipment?
yes,
All right, and have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 114?
yes,
Are these your initials on the thumb drive?
they are.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the recordings that you and the other agent were able to capture that day in the restaurant?
Yes.
But at this time, I've asked to move in evidence State's 114.
All right, it'll be admitted subject to the previous objections made on the record.
Yes, Your Honor, and assuming they're the originals?
This is the original. Okay, so the recording device that was encapsulated in the laptop bag you were carrying, is that a high-tech, high-quality recording device?
Yes,
And it contains multiple, like an array of microphones that try to capture sound from different directions?
yes,
Okay, so could you overhear the conversation that was occurring between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I could overhear that a conversation was taking place. Due to the background noise, I could not discern what was exactly being said, except for one particular moment where it sounded like the air handler for the climate control for the building just stopped for a brief moment, and there was a substantially smaller amount of background noise.
All right, and you were able to hear the words that were said at that time?
Yes.
And what were those words?
It was something to the effect of, and then she turned, and it was a fragment of a sentence that I made note of in an FBI Form 302.
All right, and who was the speaker of that fragment of sentence?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, are you able to tell the jury whether, from your perspective, whether one speaker or the other was louder between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I think Charlie Adelson was louder.
Okay. At any time during the time that you were seated next to them, did anyone, like, get up and storm out of the restaurant? Either of Mr. Adelson or Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, if I remember correctly, Mr. Adelson did.
He got up and stormed out? And
Uh,
would that be on the recording?
It's possible.
Okay. During the time that they were seated having a conversation, were the two of them, did they seem to be mutually engaged in conversation, or did it seem like only one party was speaking?
No, they seemed to be engaged with one another
Okay. And
based
then
on body language.
okay. And then it's your recollection that he left first and then she left afterwards? Something else?
I would have to see the video to be certain of that.
Okay. So would the video be the best evidence of their departure?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Agent, good to see you again.
Likewise.
Now, 2016, you had been with the FBI for a while, right?
I had been sworn in as an agent at the beginning of 2015 in January.
Now, if you could explain to the jury how the Department of Justice is over your agency and sort of the breakdown of that.
Well, briefly, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is a component of the Department of Justice, wherein we serve it as the investigative arm, if you will.
All right, now let's talk about the Department of Justice policy when it comes to things like recordings and reports. If you as an agent are speaking to somebody who is in custody, what is the Department of Justice, I'll refer to it as DOJ, what's a DOJ's policy when dealing with in-custody people? You have to record that, right?
I would have to have the regulation in front of me to speak to it, but generally speaking, that is the protocol.
All right. Now, if a recording for some reason is not done, you do a report, like you just talked about, a 302, right?
Yes.
This is DOJ policy that this stuff is documented, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's now turn to 2016, Katherine Magbanua. You talked a little bit about what you saw. Would you agree with me that nothing stood out to you with her demeanor as you saw her from across the restaurant at the table in Dolce Vita?
My impression was that she was engaged in a conversation with Charlie Adelson. That was my overall assessment, if you will.
And that's the extent of your assessment?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to check with co-counsel. All set. Thank you, Agent. Good seeing you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
We can excuse the witness?
You can be excused.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State calls Keith McElveen.
Keith McElveen, please. All right, good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, The last name is spelled Mcelveen.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic engineer,
How long have you been a forensic engineer?
about 35 years now.
What is a forensic engineer?
We take audio, video, computer data and try to restore it or enhance it as needed.
What training and experience do you have in this area?
I have given or received over 20 courses in speech enhancement, in audio restoration, and forensic audio.
All right. And during the course of your employment, have you worked for the federal government?
I have.
And you currently are self-employed, is that right?
I work for Wave Sciences, a company that I founded.
All right. Were you asked to clarify the audio from a restaurant recording in the case that we're here about today?
I was.
What were you provided with in this case?
Thumb drives
All right.
with audio and video evidence.
Okay. And were they from two separate devices from a restaurant recording?
Yes.
All right. And what device, was there one device that was particularly better audio-wise?
Yes, there were. One device had clear-looking video in the file. The other one had a mesh cover to the video camera. The one that had the mesh cover was the much better audio capture.
All right, so we had one with better video and one with better audio. Is that
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So your focus is the audio, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't do anything with the video as far as clarifying the video or doing anything with that?
That's correct.
All right, so let's talk about the audio. So you focused on the second device that had the better audio recording. What types of, was it one file or multiple files that you were provided with?
We were provided with multiple files. Originally, it was one huge file, which was too big for our tool to handle without choking. So we then asked for it to be broken up into 3 pieces. And the pieces we asked to be overlapped so there would be no chance that something would be missed and a word left out here or there.
All right, so this is approximately 45-minute recording to begin with, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we've separated it into what we're calling beginning, middle, and end segments?
Yes,
Okay, and there's some overlap between the 2 segments to make sure nothing gets lost.
exactly.
All right,
I think
what
it was
can you
about
tell
2
us-
minutes per segment of overlap.
What can you tell us about the quality or the issues with the quality on these recordings or this recording?
The audio quality was very poor due to distance, due to noise, and due to the configuration of the equipment. The location changed somewhat. The place that the second recording device was positioned was on a bench, and I believe it was leaning against the operator of the equipment, and therefore it would rub against his leg, or was propped against his leg from the best that I could tell from looking at the video and listening to the audio. So that created pointing issues as well as rubbing noise issues. There was music going on. There was the way that the device was pointed. It wanted to pick up noises from the kitchen. If and when the video from device 2 is viewed, you'll see behind the male that it's pointed generally toward, that there's a swinging kitchen door, which is very thin, and the dishwashing sink was right beside the door. So you get a lot of dish clatter. There was also like coffee grinder and blender noises and all kind of things going on.
All right. Could you explain for the jury the processes that you employed to try to clarify or improve the audio of the voices on the recording?
Initially, we used the standard techniques that have been practiced in forensic audio for the last 30 years. They yielded minimal improvement, some improvement, but not significant. So then we used our own tool that I mentioned earlier, and it works in a substantially different way. Instead of listening in a direction or trying to learn the noise, it tries to learn the person who's talking. And it works to focus in all the sound on the recording on that person, that person's location. So the easiest way to think about it is like with a camera, and you have a camera lens. So if I focused the camera on your face, things close and far away are going to be all blurry, but your face is going to be sharp. And that's what our tool does, is it focuses in on that person and then blurs out and reduces the rest.
And did you attempt to focus in on the person of both Charlie Adelson as well as, well, I should say the male speaker as well as the female speaker on the recording?
Exactly. In each of the 3 segments, we had to set the tool up independently for each segment. And then in some segments, there just wasn't much voice to deal with. In segment 1, the beginning, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of motion. The operator has not moved very close to the male and the female, and there's not much voice there to get a focus lock on. Starting at about 7.5 minutes into the first segment, the positioning changes and it gets a lot more clear, and we could begin getting a lock. And by about, I think it's 17.5 minutes in, then they finally move, and a much better lock is capable of being achieved, at least on the male. The female did not get a very good lock at all in the first segment. In the second segment, we were able to get a lock on the female for the first time, and the lock on the male was still good.
All right, so was there a significant difference in the quality or ability to clarify the male voice versus the female voice in general?
Yes, there was. The male voice was stronger, partly because being masculine and a stronger voice box, partly because the male is talking toward, in the general direction, toward the device that's capturing the audio. The female has a softer voice, doesn't talk nearly as much, so there's fewer opportunities to glimpse her voice, and then was talking in the general direction away from the recording device. And I would like to just continue one point. You can, once you've listened to the different segments, the male repeatedly, 8 or more times, says, "What was that?" And he was only sat 2.5 feet maybe when their heads are close together. So he was having difficulty hearing her with her talking in his direction. So the recording device was in a very disadvantaged location.
All right. Even though the recording devices were at the next table.
Yeah.
Just kind of worked out that way.
Exactly.
And did you make some efforts to actually go down to this location and take some measurements of the way sound operates within the room where these recordings were made to try to assist your clarification efforts?
I did.
Could you tell us
Traveled
about
there to the restaurant location and made a good number of recordings over the period of 2 days, trying to get enough of kind of post-event forensic recordings to see if they could be used. But we were incapable of getting more than 3 or 4 additional words that were just, "I'm going to the bathroom," type of utterance that, well, not that, but due to the fact that many things had changed, both in the environment and in the recording equipment in the intervening years.
I want to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 115. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. It has my marks on it.
All right, and what does the exhibit contain?
This is the recordings from the devices that have been enhanced and that I returned to your office.
All right, so does this exhibit contain your best efforts in reference to the voices in the restaurant that day?
It does.
All right. And is there any part of your processing that actually interferes or changes the voices themselves or the words that are being uttered?
Absolutely not. The way that our tool works is you configure it, you input the audio, you hit process, and then you go away. There's no ability for it to add, to delete, or to otherwise edit any of the content. The operator has no ability to make any changes in real time while it's doing its processing. You just get what comes out the end. And then our forensics procedures that we practice in our laboratory require us to follow a certain workflow. So we have a procedure that's gone through certain steps that are executed the same way for each recording.
All right, and are all of those steps and processes the standard in your field?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 115.
All right, 115 will be admitted into evidence subject to any previous objections.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Sure. Thank you. Better up here. How you doing? I hope you had a good flight down.
Yes, thank you.
Just a couple of questions. You'll be heading back to the airport. So, Ms. Kappelman asked you about your best efforts. Let's go through the timeline. This recording is from 2016, correct?
Correct.
The government, they just came to you a couple of months ago, correct?
That would be the second time and when we will receive the entire recording set, yes.
All right, so into 2022, you get handed to you at a gas station parking lot halfway between where you're from in Florida, right? And you get handed the raw data.
The raw data for device 2, yes.
And you're given a very short time frame to work on these items, correct?
I think that perhaps you're confusing something else in the deposition. The first delivery that we did was using the standard techniques, and that was what we were in a rush to provide before the deposition. What we had plenty of time to do this second one where we refocused the audio.
Okay, so let me ask that differently, and we're on the same page. The item that the government just gave you to enter in, which would be your enhancement, you just provided that recently, correct?
Not that long ago. I don't remember the date exactly. But
We're
I
not
can check
talking
my
years,
notes.
we're talking like weeks and months, right?
Correct.
And there was a pressure to get this done within a certain time frame, correct?
I can't say that I felt pressured to meet any specific
Fair enough.
date.
Fair enough. So you were asked questions about the first segment, right?
Yes.
There's 3 total segments. In the first segment, which would be the introduction, the beginning, you can't make anything out.
We provided our best cleanup.
Yeah.
I would say that if you listen carefully, you can recover words, but it's not as good as the situation that existed by the time that the operation had progressed into what is captured in segments 2 and 3.
Now, with respect to the equipment that was used to make the recording, you're aware of that, correct?
I don't understand the question.
The microphone that was used was a directional microphone,
It has that capability.
and your understanding of the one that was used here and how it was used is that it was pointed at the male, not at the female.
It is my assessment as a forensics examiner based upon looking at the video and listening to the audio. But I should point out that the video is a fisheye video, so it's distorted.
Sort of like when you're looking at somebody outside of your door, that type view?
Yes.
Okay.
And that makes it very difficult unless you have special training in doing the undistortion of that type of camera image to be able to say exactly where it was pointed.
All right. But based on the audio that you've reviewed, is it your belief that it was focused on the male and not on the female? It's okay to agree
I
with
would
me.
not use the word focus.
Okay.
And I would say that the device was turned toward that table, but the way that the audio pickup, and because of the acoustics I explained earlier with the male talking more in the direction of the recording device, and the female talking, the voice is propagating away in the general direction, that the net effect was that he ends up being the prominent voice.
Okay, we can agree on that, that what is more prominent is the male voice.
Correct.
All right. Now let's talk about Dolce Vita. You recently went down there and you took a look at the restaurant, right?
Yes.
So it's not a big restaurant, is it?
No.
Is it bigger or smaller than the well? So from the bar there, from the judge, all the way back to these tables, to the jury, to the screen?
By volume, it's a little bit bigger. It's longer,
But not much bigger.
not significantly bigger.
From you to where? To what row?
Are you talking about from the front door to the very back at the kitchen door, or what dimension are you asking about?
Wherever a patron could go. A patron is not going to walk into the kitchen.
If I'm positioned roughly at the front of the establishment and
Yeah.
the first table as they were configured when I went, which is not necessarily how they were configured during the original operation,
Yeah.
then I would say that the distance is probably to the kitchen door was probably about the third to fourth row of bench seats in the rear.
Okay, so you're at the entrance, the third to the fourth row right there, that's going to be the back of the restaurant.
This
Roughly,
is just my
roughly.
rough estimate,
Roughly.
yes.
In the width of it, it's not a terribly wide restaurant, maybe from here to the jury?
For the patron seating area,
Yeah.
yes.
So if somebody were to be sitting in the back, I mean, it's not like there's a back that's like all the way in the back of a restaurant, in a large restaurant where somebody could, be hiding and talking, right?
Correct?
It's a small, intimate place.
Yes.
Now, you had said something on direct, and I just want to understand it correctly, where you said you knew the distance between the female, Ms. Magbanua, and Mr. Adelson, that you knew their distance, but you weren't there when the recording was made, obviously, right?
I was not there when the recording was made, but on the clear video, then you can see the male leaning forward and
Yeah.
back in his chair. Although the chairs were obviously different chairs than were there during the original recording, the tables look the same.
But you don't
And-
know. I mean, it could have been a table that, it's this wide or a little bit wide. You just don't know, right?
Yes, and I gave an approximate distance. I was not trying to say that that it was exactly 2.5 feet.
All right. And to help the jury, for what they're going to see, basically, you're probably where the agent is. You got Mr. Adelson sitting on this side of the table, and then on the other side of the table, however wide it is, you have Ms. McBann when they're having a conversation.
Mhm.
Can we agree on that?
Yes.
I think I'm done. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
All right, redirect.
So the thumb drive that I showed you that you etched your initials into, this is your final audio product, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does this contain video as well, or no?
I would have to go back and look at it again, but what I returned by thumb drive, I believe, for the final process did not contain video.
Right.
The first delivery did contain video where we used the standard enhancement techniques.
Okay.
But I
the
do not
final-
believe that's not the thumb drive you have in your hand.
The thumb drive I have in my hand is the final product, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the final best effort on the audio.
It is.
Okay, but you have also had an opportunity to review the exhibit that my office prepared with your best effort audio as well as the video from the equipment that was in the restaurant that we talked about earlier that had the better video.
I have.
Okay, so those two things were put together, and is that fair and accurate exhibit of the video that you were initially provided with along with your best effort audio?
Yes, I reviewed the video with our audio put in it, and I checked two things. One, that the audio seemed to be the same audio, and it was, and two, that the timing of where the audio was inserted relative to the movements in the video were synchronous. In other words, when somebody's hand made a motion to emphasize an utterance, then the word comes up. When the mouth moves, the word comes up.
Okay, and did you initial or do anything to initial that particular item of evidence that has both on it?
For the demonstrative, no, I did not.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask for a brief recess at this time so the witness may review the exhibit and tell us whether it is in fact his audio on the video as discussed.
And is this on exhibit 115 or 116? Is it on 115?
No, sir, it's 114. I'm going to need a short recess, Judge.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. We're going to take a short recess then, and please take the jury out, Deputy.
Make sure that I can get the, I think I have an adapter that will put it in there, yes.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated.
So I think what I've done, Your Honor, is introduced the final product, which I intended to introduce with this witness, along with his final product, which is 115. That's correct.
All right, is 115 just the audio?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's the one thing I am confident of. 114 should have been marked 116, which I think this witness is about to tell us is...
I need an adapter. I need to borrow a different laptop. Mine will not handle this one.
114 was admitted in through the special agent.
Yes. I admitted the wrong item. I have to recall him and admit the real 114, which I did show him the exhibit outside the courtroom and actually play it for him, so I apologize for the confusion, but if this witness is able to say, yes, it is my audio on the video, it should be 116, but this is the thing I previously showed Bronstein and called 114.
So this is what you're calling what on this exhibit list?
The final composite?
Dolce Vita composite.
Yes, sir. $114. I basically just didn't show him 114. I showed Bronstein 116.
All right.
That's what I think I did.
Okay.
I'd ask the initial question. One of the exhibits is going into the raw data.
Right. and you're
114
right,
is
it was-
original surveillance raw data.
Correct. And I do have that exhibit, which we can introduce now by stipulation, or I can recall Bronstein and do it again.
Stefan? All right.
I just want it labeled 114. Basically just had two exhibits swapped, Judge.
Okay.
And since they're all just thumb drives and this, it's really hard to tell what's what.
So 114, the surveillance, you showed him 116. You'd need to bring him back to show him 114, which would then be admitted subject to any other objections. We can have that stipulation, then, or the state's going to recall the witness.
So, Your Honor, and we were discussing it here, we fear that there, in the off chance that there's a mistake, something goes to the jury, that they go through whatever steps they need to go through to ensure that it is the exact items.
Okay, this is 114. What should have been introduced as 114 and what I would introduce as 114 with Bronstein is currently playing right now, so the defense can check that out. It's the same item that was previously entered in the previous trial through Bronstein, got it out of the clerk's office, remarking it.
Okay, so basically what we're doing right now is 114, which was shown to Bronstein, which 116 was shown to him. 114 is withdrawn at this point unless it's stipulated to by the defense.
Correct.
Your Honor, normally we would stipulate because we would want it to move smoothly, but we do not want to take the responsibility for any mistake that may have happened.
Right,
So-
well, we're looking at 114 right now. Do you want to look at what 114 is? Or we'll go ahead and recall. I
So the
mean,
issue
I don't
is-
know what normally and why this is abnormal, but the state will just recall the witness. Is your witness,
Yes, sir.
you want to make sure that he's remained outside?
Still here. This disc is the same disc he initialed in the last trial. His initials are still on it, so I just showed him the wrong thing.
All right.
It's my
Your
mistake.
Honor, just so Your Honor knows, the issue is that we've had so many enhancements in this, I can't just look at it and say that's the right
This is the
answer.
raw data. This is not
Right.
the enhancement.
I understand, and I can't just look at it and know that that's the raw data.
She can show it to you.
But there's no way for us to know if that's the raw data or one that was minimally enhanced. There's so many different versions of it.
Okay, then he'll have to identify it then.
It's fine, Judge.
And then with respect to the disc, I mean, of course, and not saying that the government did this, but could there have been a situation that the disc is different than the envelope that has a signature?
Well, now you're making all kinds of things up, mister, because there's been no allegations of that.
And I'm not
Okay.
making it, and I'm not making it, but obviously they had some things that were disorganized, and we don't want to we don't want,
The one mistake that was made was the wrong exhibit was shown to the wrong witness.
correct.
And so it was a correct witness, but it was the wrong exhibit. So the state will recall, let's go ahead and, what do you need to make sure now with this witness?
I need this witness to agree that 116 is his audio coupled with the video that he was originally provided,
All right, so,
which he's
Has he
nodding
viewed-
that he can do.
all right, why don't you go ahead and ask him questions about that,
Proffer him.
please?
All right. Mr. McElveen, have you had an opportunity to review States 116?
I have,
What does States 116 contain?
to the best of my ability in the current situation, it contains the original video that I was sent by your office, coupled with the audio that we returned for device 2.
Judge, that would be the proffer.
All right, do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Okay, so we can bring the jury back in.
Yes,
You'll
sir.
ask for it to be admitted through this witness, I'm gathering, correct?
Yes.
And then when you're done with this witness, and then we will bring in the
Let's
other
do
witness.
Bronstein again.
All right,
Sorry,
let's
Judge.
bring the jury in. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. We're ready to continue with the testimony. And Ms. Kappelman, we're ready to proceed with your continuation of the redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McElveen, have you had an opportunity to review States 116?
116, I have.
And does 116 fairly and accurately contain a copy of your best efforts on the audio as well as that video that we talked about coming from the other device?
Are you calling this one 116?
Quit it. Yes, I'm calling it 116.
Okay, then yes, I have. Sorry, I
Judge, at this time
didn't want
I'd
either
ask
one
you-
of us to be confused.
I can be confused enough for both of us. All right, so Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 116.
All right. Any objections other than those previously made on the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right. It will be admitted as 116.
All right. So just to clarify, 115, your final product, just audio, and 116, your final product plus the video.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions?
All right. We can excuse the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State recalls Special Agent Bronstein.
All right. Special Agent Bronstein, please. All right. Mr. Bronstein, you've previously been sworn to tell the truth. You're still under oath. All right, sir? All right. Thank you. Please have a seat.
We just missed you. It's been so long. All right, I previously approached and showed you a thumb drive, which we reviewed outside the courtroom shortly before your testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state 114 and ask if you recognize this disc.
Yes, those are my initials.
Okay, and did you previously review this disc and initial it as containing all of the raw data from the recording devices that you and your fellow agent carried into the restaurant to make these recordings?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence states 114.
Any objection other than those previously stated on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No
It'll
further
be
questions?
admitted as states 114.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
I think that clears it up.
All right. Do you have any cross-examination?
I'd hate for him to come all the way back and not have a cross, but no, I have nothing for him.
All right. Thank you. Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. All right. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Agent Pat Sanford.
Agent Sanford, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. First name is P-A-T-R-I-C-K. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately a little over 23 years.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially, I was just brought in just to assist with some leads and some follow-up things that were out of town, out of Tallahassee, and out of state. And as the investigation went on, I got more and more involved.
When you began, what agency were you assisting?
The Tallahassee Police Department.
And then as you became more involved, was that because the investigation grew more and more into areas outside of Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right, and did you become sort of like a co-lead with ISOM, who we previously heard from?
That's correct.
All right, was this an unusual arrangement for the FBI to assist local law enforcement, or is that something the FBI does routinely?
Now, we do it routinely. We work with all law enforcement, state, local, and other federal partners.
Are you familiar with a Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
All right. And are you aware of the defense allegation that there must have been some connection between either Garcia or Rivera and Charlie Adelson?
I've heard that.
Okay, and did you consider that possibility in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you investigate that possibility?
Yes, we absolutely did.
All right, I'm going to kind of have you walk us through the investigation, specifically in reference to what, if anything, was done to follow up on that possibility. Let's talk about Rivera. Rivera was subject to a RICO investigation unrelated to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And that investigation involved multiple gang members, is that right?
Correct.
Were there like 20-something gang members indicted along with him?
Yes, I believe so.
And were those all Latin King folks?
Yes, it was a Latin King organization.
Okay, was there a wiretap associated with that case?
Yes, done by the DEA and ATF.
All right, and
agencies.
again, that was investigating some racketeering things totally unrelated to this murder, right?
That's correct.
And the reason why I ask about the wiretap is because Rivera's phone was wiretapped, right? As part of that, or his calls were listened to as part of that wiretap.
Yes, they were.
Okay, and was there any communication on that wiretap between Rivera and any member of the Adelson family?
No, there was not.
Was any member of the Adelson family on that wiretap talking to any Latin King gang members?
No, there were not. We scrubbed those records thoroughly, passed the numbers to the DEA and ATF, those case agents, and thoroughly went over it with them to find any connections between any of the parties.
Based on the wiretap and all the other data mining that was done in this case, which of the players from our Adelson family poster, would you mind putting that, I think it's demonstrative C up, should already be in there. Which of those folks was, let's put it up, it's to your left there, is there, Katherine? Yep. On this chart was Luis Rivera linked to?
Luis Rivera was linked to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. And who was Sigfredo Garcia linked to? I'm specifically referring to through communications and data, not just relationships that we know about.
Correct. The communications also, Sigfredo Garcia was connected to Katherine Magbanua. There was a few calls after the fact between Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua down the road.
Okay. And was there any relationship between either Garcia or Rivera, other than through Katherine Magbanua, to any of those folks at the top?
There was one communication from Tudo Garcia's telephone to Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right. And was that on July 1st?
Yes, it was.
Following the jet ski incident that we heard about earlier?
That's correct.
Okay. Other than that phone call, nothing else to report through any of the data that was collected in this case?
No, nothing.
All right. And you're aware that Rivera chose to become a witness in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, leading.
Overruled. Let's put it in the form of a question for now on that.
Are you aware of it?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Are you aware that Rivera is a witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And when he became a witness in this case, did he enter a plea or plea negotiation?
Yes,
A cooperation agreement?
correct.
Okay, and is that something that you decide if that happens or not?
No, I had nothing to do with that.
Do you decide what the terms of that are?
No, not whatsoever.
Okay, but when we acquire a cooperating witness, we bring in law enforcement to conduct the questioning and follow up on anything that is a lead from whatever they tell us. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you do that in this case with Rivera?
Yes, I did.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony on September 30th, 2016?
Yes, I was.
All right, and that wasn't the first interview you've ever done of a suspect, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It's not your first case, is it?
No, it's not.
All right. Did anything seem unusual to you or unethical about the way that the interviews were done of Luis Rivera?
No, not at all.
Did anybody spoon feed Rivera the information?
No, actually, just the opposite. We let him talk and tried to just get him to tell us what happened next. That way, we're not eliciting any information out of him and not trying to guide him through what we want him to say. We want him to tell us the truth, and that's what we were trying to do, is gauge his truthfulness.
During any of the time, can you estimate how much time you spent with Luis Rivera through the course of this whole investigation once he became a witness?
Oh, wow. Including the car trips?
Sure.
Yeah, including the car trips, which were very lengthy because we drove for several hours back and forth. Probably a good 30 to 40 hours.
All right, and at any time during those 30 to 40 hours, did Luis Rivera refer to his paperwork or police reports in order to answer any questions that law enforcement had?
No, not at all.
If you learn something new from a subject or something law enforcement hasn't already discovered through the investigation, is that something you would check out?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and you referred to riding around in the car. Was that an example of that when y'all were trying to look for the gun, right?
That's correct.
All right, and one of the things that we've learned that came out of the Rivera proffer was this allegation that Garcia had shot a hole in the Prius. Are you familiar with that?
Objection, hearsay, and leading.
It's already in
Restate the question.
It's already in evidence, Judge, that Garcia shot a hole in the Prius.
All right, you can answer. Overruled.
All right, you heard that Garcia shot a hole in the Prius?
That's correct. Mr. Rivera told us that. We were unaware of it at the time.
Publishing States Exhibit 50. That was previously something that was unknown to law enforcement, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And law enforcement at the time that Rivera gave his proffer, hadn't they already found the Prius?
Yes, we'd already found the Prius and done a search of it at the time, the first initial time.
And during that initial search, prior to Rivera's proffer, did you discover the hole in the Prius?
No, they did not.
All right, so as a result of Rivera's proffer, what did law enforcement do?
We reacquired the vehicle because it was owned by a private company. Reacquired the vehicle and did another search of it, and then lifted up the carpet basically and searched the floorboard, and then found the hole, and then underneath it found where the gas line had been severed and had been repaired.
Okay, and what about the cocaine or crack dealer that Rivera alleges to law enforcement that he and Garcia had contact with in Tallahassee? Was that person identified?
Yes, he was.
All right, and that person also showed up in the phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Did you participate in a second meeting with Rivera on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
All right, and was there anything unusual or unethical about the way that interview was handled?
No, it was not.
Was anyone
Objection, improper bolstering.
Overruled.
Was anyone spoon-feeding or signaling Mr. Rivera as to how he should conduct himself or answer questions in that interview?
No, absolutely not.
Can you describe the efforts that were made to recover the firearm, the murder weapon in this case?
Sure. We took Mr. Rivera out of the jail with a team of law enforcement officers and drove him down the route that we knew he took from his cell site data, basically. And it was down I-10 and down 75 all the way through Tampa back down to Alligator Alley. So we drove him looking at each and every bridge. He described a bridge to us over water. And we stopped at basically every bridge on the way down and tried to refresh his memory to see if that was the right bridge or not. The first trip, he was not really able to come up with an exact bridge. He had some that he thought might be it, but he wasn't positive. So we went on to the next bridge, and we went to the next bridge, and he wasn't sure. Then we took another trip with him. I don't remember the date of that one. It wasn't long after. Took him again down to do the same thing, and he came across one of the bridges that he had originally said this might be it, but I'm not positive. He looked at it again. We got out and walked around a little bit, and he finally said, I think this is the right bridge. After that, I obtained, it was outside of Tampa, this bridge that he identified. I took a team out of our Tampa FBI office. They're called an evidence response team, approximately 10, 12 people. Went down, we had all the brush cut around this bridge, underneath the bridge by the river. I had it all cut down. We used metal detectors and did a grid search underneath the bridge looking for a weapon. Then approximately a few weeks after that, I had a dive team come in, some from Miami division and some from out of Virginia or Quantico area. They're FBI agents that are trained to do technical evidence searches underwater. They brought their dive equipment down and they did a grid search of the river underneath the bridge where he indicated the gun was thrown.
So would you disagree or agree with the characterization you just drove down to a couple bridges and then gave up?
Oh, I totally disagree with that.
All right, and did you get the impression that Rivera was attempting to help you find the gun or taking you on a wild goose chase or something else?
No,
Objection, improper ball strength.
Overruled.
I believe that he was trying to help. He was working at the best of his memory.
The bridge that y'all kind of settled on and did the more extensive work to try to locate the weapon, can you describe like what kind of water was passing underneath there? Is it a situation where the gun could have been carried away by the current?
Yes, definitely. It's one of the bridges, and there's multiple of them going around Tampa right there. But it was one of the bridges. It was a large body of water where Tampa Bay comes up, and actually the tide fluctuates underneath there. Next to the bridge was also a pathway, a walking path, where people had obviously been going down there and fishing underneath that bridge. They probably parked along the interstate. You could drive off the interstate there and park, because there was we call it a pig trail, where there's clearly the brush is knocked down and it's bare, where somebody could walk and go down and fish.
And how long after the gun was deposited are we looking for the gun?
Oh, wow. Approximately 2 years later. I don't remember the exact date.
All right, so somebody could have picked up the gun in the intervening 2 years.
That's
Assuming you
Objection,
had the right
speculation,
bridge.
leading, move to strike.
Overruled.
Assuming you had the right bridge, there was opportunities for someone to interfere with the gun being there.
Sure.
All right, and were there other bridges that were similar? I mean, did you think there were a bunch of bridges that looked the same?
There were, absolutely.
All right, so bottom line, never able to find the murder weapon.
No,
But no question that our victim was murdered, right, with a firearm?
that's correct.
All right, what about the information that Mr. Markel was planning to leave town the day after his murder? Is that something that Mr. Rivera provided to law enforcement in his interviews?
Yes, it is.
And is that a piece of information that Rivera could have learned from a police report?
Not to my knowledge. I've not seen that in a police report.
And did that information check out? Was the victim planning to leave town the next day?
Yes, according to what I was told he was.
Okay, and that was from Wendi Adelson?
I didn't interview Wendi Adelson.
Okay, did you review Wendi Adelson's interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, so you didn't personally hear from a witness that was planning to leave town, but your understanding is other law enforcement officers looked into that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Katherine Magbanua. Did you participate in the investigation of Ms. Magbanua as a suspect in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in surveilling her home between November of 15 and May of 16?
Yes,
And did you physically observe her during that time?
I did.
All right, could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's at the table over there wearing a black jacket and white shirt with glasses. In the middle.
In the middle, all right, thank you.
They're both in the middle.
All right, and did you observe Ms. Magbanua during the time that you were surveilling her home driving a black Lexus?
I did.
Show you what's introduced in the evidence. This states 54. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That was a photo provided to me by a surveillance team out of Miami.
All right, and are the people and the vehicles in this exhibit consistent with what you observed during the time you were surveilling Ms. Magbanua?
That's correct.
All right, who are we looking at?
On the left in the green shirt is Charlie Adelson. On the right is Katherine Magbanua.
And what vehicle are they getting into there?
That is Mr. Adelson's Mercedes.
What about the vehicle behind the Mercedes?
That is the black Lexus that she was driving.
And did you observe her driving that yourself during the time that you were surveilling her residence?
Yes.
All right. Did you make any efforts to try to verify the defendant's employment at the Adelson Institute?
Yes, we did.
And what efforts were those?
We conducted wage and hour checks, which generally is through the state. It shows when taxes are taken out of somebody's employment. It shows that they are employed there. Then after that, we actually subpoenaed, took to the Adelson Institute a subpoena and actually questioned a couple of the employees there.
And when was that done?
I have to refer to my...
You may.
Okay, it was on June the 1st of 2016.
And were you physically present for the delivery of that subpoena?
Yes, I was.
And did you go into the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Great, tell us about your experience in there.
We walked in, approached the front counter, asked the first lady sitting at the counter if she knew Katherine Magbanua, and she replied that she did not. But then she stated that she would get her office manager to come. The office manager came. We asked her the same question. She said she did. We told her we had a subpoena for her records. We asked her how she knew her, and she basically told us that she didn't know her, that she was just told that she works there on the weekends.
All right, and who was the office manager that told you that?
I believe it was
Are you
Erica
refreshing?
Johnson. I am refreshing my memory.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, just tell us before you do it.
Okay, sorry. Let me refresh my memory. It was Erica Johnson.
Okay. And were you up on the wiretap at the time that you entered the Adelson Institute?
Yes, we were.
All right, and was a call made from Erica Johnson to Charlie Adelson while you were present in the Adelson Institute?
It was.
And that was a recorded call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish what's been previously introduced into evidence as states 100.
Okay, you may publish.
Hey,
For what?
Does she work here?
I would, I wouldn't, get anything.
Yeah, and then
I don't know.
they asked, did she work here? I was like, yeah, she works here, but I don't know what you want. Doesn't make any sense.
Erica,
Yeah.
do me a favor. I'm not there right now, and I'm in surgery, but it's not my office. It's my dad's office, so I can't give anything out.
Right.
So I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
So you don't have access to anything. So
I don't know where everything is either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not, I would not speak to anybody. You can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah.
So I don't have access to any of that stuff.
Okay.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understandable.
So if I had it, listen, you can talk to whoever you want. I shouldn't say don't talk to anybody.
No, you know, whatever you
Yeah, I shouldn't say don't talk to anybody. Talk to whoever on the planet you want to talk to, but it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So you don't have records to give them, and I don't have records to give them, so I'm sure they'll be able to help them out in any way they can.
Okay. So that's about that.
Tell them that it's not, it's not my office. The office was sold back to my dad, actually, a long time ago. So tell them that so it's actually you're talking to the wrong Dr. Adelson.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them that you will get in contact. So to tell them, it's not your office, you can't do that, right?
No, yeah, they said within 20 days of reporting to Florida statute, provide a bill of cause, with reason.
Are they there now, or are they just standing?
They're there, but I'm in the back. I'm in the back. They're just waiting for me to come back.
Oh, and they want records?
Yeah.
Do me a favor. I'm going to call you from the landline on your cell phone, okay?
Okay.
What was the word he said, if you know, what kind of line he was gonna call her from?
A landline?
Okay. And that, if he did that, that wasn't something that was captured on our wire, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so Erica Johnson advised that Ms. Magbanua was working at the Adelson Institute on the weekends. You were surveilling her during this time period, right? I think we said November of 15 through when? May of 16?
That sounds right.
Okay, and during the time of the surveillance, was there any evidence that she went there on the weekends?
No, there was not.
Okay, you were monitoring her movements during that time?
Correct, through electronic surveillance, correct.
All right. And the ultimate result of the subpoena to the Adelson Institute was all right, so State's Exhibit 68, basically just a list of paychecks, right?
Correct.
All right, was there ever any other information provided consistent with an employer?
No, there was not.
And I want to talk about what we've called the bump that occurred on April 19th, 2016. Were you involved in the bump?
Yes.
What was the bump?
The bump was basically a way for us to get activity started. We had the wire going, and we figured that they probably weren't talking about anything anymore since it's been over a year since the homicide had occurred. So we wanted to generate information to make them believe that Mr. Rivera, who's currently in prison, was cooperating, or actually not cooperating at that time, that he was actually talking to other jailmates, other cellmates and people in the jail, and had actually provided information about the murder to somebody else, and that person was trying to extort the Adelsons for more money.
All right, so just to clarify, this is before any arrests in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Was it, and it was obviously before Rivera's cooperation or any statements from Rivera to law enforcement?
That's
that right?
correct. We wanted to keep it quiet, so nobody knew that we were actually on to them.
All right, and so whose phones was law enforcement authorized to listen to?
It was Charlie Adelson's and Katherine Magbanua's.
All right, and we watched a video of the bump, and the names Katie and Tuto and Tato are all used by the undercover. Why? What was the strategy behind saying the names to Donna Adelson?
Well, because the Adelsons were already in the public limelight. They had already been put in the media as possible suspects because of the divorce. So we knew that she was probably already getting maybe allegations from people, things like that. So if we just went up to her and gave her a note that said, "Pay us money, we know what you did last summer," that she would probably throw that in the garbage without any legitimacy. So we had to create the idea that it was Mr. Rivera in prison who committed the murder, who was part of it, that was actually telling people what had happened to give it legitimacy. And we thought if it was legitimate, it would get back to the people that committed it.
All right, and so the idea was if it seemed like inside information or detailed information, they would take the threat seriously, and the information would travel through the conspiracy, and we'd be able to see who's in it, who are the conspirators.
Correct. It would follow the same pattern that we had noticed in the phone records.
Okay. Have you seen, let's see, State's Exhibit 83 was what we call a bump wire?
Yes.
And State's 83, do you know if this is the actual, I know this isn't the thing that was handed to Donna Adelson, but is this the same photo and article that were handed to her?
It is the same photo, exact same article, just not the original paper that was given to Donna Adelson.
All right, and did you document what was handwritten on the piece of paper that was actually handed to Donna Adelson?
Unfortunately, no, I did not.
Okay, meaning you didn't take a picture of it or a copy of it?
Correct.
Okay, what about in a police report or a 302 as the FBI calls them?
Yes,
Did you
we documented.
there?
Sorry, yes, we did document there.
All right, so we do know what was written on there.
Correct.
Okay, what was that?
It was the number $5,000 and a phone number.
All right, and that was an FBI undercover phone number
Yes, it was.
belonging to Agent Jimenez?
Correct.
And was that undercover number being monitored and recorded at all times by law enforcement during the operation?
Yes, it was.
We watched a portion of the bump. We watched the actual bump occur, and we watched Donna Adelson walk away. Was she continued her movements? Were her movements continued to be monitored after she walked away from the undercover agent?
Yes, they were.
What did she do after she walked away?
She immediately didn't look at the paper. She folded it up, put it into her little pouch she had on, went to the crosswalk, walked across, went into the school, retrieved the children, then came back out and crossed the crosswalk and went back into a condominium.
Did she make any phone calls during that time?
No, she did not.
And where was the bump relative to Donna Adelson's residence?
It was the sidewalk right outside of her building. The icon is a large building right on South Beach, large condominium, many stories. and right across her street is the school. So she literally comes out of the building, crosses the sidewalk, crosses the crosswalk, excuse me, goes to the school, then returns back across the crosswalk, and goes back into her building.
And once she goes back into the building, who's the first person that she calls?
Charlie Adelson.
Was that a call that was recorded pursuant to your wiretap?
Yes, it was.
All right, and have you had an opportunity to review States 99, the thumb drive containing the wiretap calls in this case?
Yes, I have.
All right, and does the thumb drive contain a fair and accurate copy of the calls that were selected and chosen to be admitted by the court in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move ahead in States 99.
Subject to any new objections other than the ones previously stated on the record.
To the characterization that it was selected and chosen by the court to introduce, it was selected and chosen by the government to introduce.
The government is introducing it.
Yes, Your Honor. Nothing other than the previous objections.
All right. It will be admitted as States Exhibit 99.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask for permission to publish Call A.
You may.
All right, go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
We're gonna start with the courtroom sound system, but we haven't had those available.
All right, let's see how the courtroom sound system is, and if necessary, or if the jurors feel like it's necessary, then we can revert to the headphones if they need to be heard again, okay? We'll make that determination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's fine. So, you know, it's fine. So, you know, if you have time tonight after work or some very near future, I need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I could even, I have to figure out something. It depends how it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline showing it. I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they take on the traffic with them, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
And the dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved
No,
Wendy?
no. So So let me just talk to you later, and, if
You got me, what is it? Is everyone's health okay?
Yeah,
Does it involve me or other people?
well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Wendy doesn't come home. We doesn't get here till about 7. That's when Dad gets here.
So it's learning you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow. I mean, it's important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh, yeah, for real.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not because of family not here.
Can I ask you a question? Who is the paperwork sent from?
I see them, that's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
Did you get use it ranked? Was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I know it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down in the afternoon and I can hang out with you and see what you do.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, bye.
All right, in this call, it sort of picks up mid-sentence. Can you explain why? Is there a part we didn't get, and if so, why?
Not sure if it was minimized or if the call just didn't come through at that exact time. I'm not sure why.
All right. And during the discussion, at any point, does Donna say the name Katie on that call?
Hold on 1 second. What's your objection?
Objection and proper opinion.
Overruled.
And evidence speaks for itself.
Overruled.
Does she say Katie?
No, she does not.
Does she ever mention that she was handed a picture of her murdered son-in-law?
No, she doesn't.
Does she say the name Dan Markel?
No, she doesn't.
Does she call the police to report being approached by a gangster?
Well,
Objection.
Hold on.
Objection, speculation.
That's
sidebar.
sustained.
Okay. Judge, I think we'll try publishing the next call, call B, through the headphones and see if it's better quality than what we got.
All right. So we have a headphone there for every juror. We'll need the ones in the front to hand them back, if you could. And, yeah, those are yours. And those are yours if you need them. And there's a little volume control on the front here, okay? And so each one controls, and you're going to have to do a little bit of figuring out whose controls whose. I don't know if they're numbered or not.
They are numbered, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So your set will be numbered with the control that's up here, okay? And so if you need to turn them up, those who are sitting in front of the controls, I'm going to put you in charge. Okay, so if anybody behind needs them turned up, just indicate to the juror in front of you, please, to turn it up. And then you can listen to it if you need higher volume.
Okay, Judge, I think what we'll do if it's acceptable for everyone is start it, give everyone a few moments to adjust their volume, and then we'll restart call B.
All right, why don't we do that?
Let's start call B. They're just gonna adjust the volume, so.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it you're not paying the sun tax? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my brown insurance? Okay, because I'm gonna just pick the same company. Yeah, but the thing is that you stay with the same company for 3 years, and then try to bump you down into lower bracket. So I might as well stay with them and then hold it. Hey, how are you? Good. Is it you're not paying the sun tax? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my brown insurance? Okay, because I'm gonna just pick the same company. Yeah, but the thing is that if you stay with the same company for 3 years, and then try to bump you down to lower bracket. So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true that they can do at least putting it in a lower bracket. Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's, some that stuff at the office. And then just send them a check. But they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something. Do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, so if someone could write whatever they want to write, say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp? So I'm not being sued. No. Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging for what you make them sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much. Yeah. No, listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. Because someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to take the day off. Okay. So, I'll make you take me out to dinner. So make sure you bring cash. All right. Okay. Do I need to bring cash? Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, you'll probably get to do it. Yeah. Was this I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring. No. And hopefully I have to get Was it actually was someone blackmailing you? You see someone trying to blackmail you? Maybe. No. That's crazy. Is there I don't know what blackmail is, but is there any way I could see you can't come up here at all? Was this, can I just ask you this? Was this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you? Like who? Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related? No, I don't know if it's government related. So it's not government or military or anything like that? No. crazy. Did it have a, do you know who sent it to you?
That would be a good idea. You know, it's like it is, either, I would like to, I would definitely,
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter? Did they sign it? So someone showed up, was it like by a process server? It wasn't. Where did they come to you at? Right? Right? And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy? Really? All right. Well, then you have to get this stuff in the service. It's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that.
usually they just keep it, tomorrow, that's what it's been,
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
you know, you never know how to interpret these things. So, it's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow, and things like that. But let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this, do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me to someone sent you?
Yes.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person? That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
Just a copy of the article, it's not the written letter.
Is the person threatening you? I mean, it's kind of thinking, I was kind of thinking, if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, I don't mean it's, people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. Well, it won't be the first time I'm threatened. But.
I'd like to just see what you think.
Yeah, no.
Right here, right up here. So let's do that. 12:20, 12:30. Tomorrow, that would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it. All right, yeah, no, come down and see you first.
Yeah.
All right, if it's something serious, you're not gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying.
So, all right, sounds good.
Let's go tomorrow, okay?
All right, you got it, love you.
Love you.
Okay, in the call that we just heard, are we still on 419 of 16?
That's correct.
And the copy of the article is mentioned in this call. Is Dan Markel's name mentioned?
No, it's not.
They mentioned going to the police. Did anyone call the police?
No, they did not.
And did they
Object-
ever mention that?
Hold on a second.
Objection, speculation,
Uh,
move strike.
That's overruled. He can answer that based on his investigation.
And what about the name Katie? Was it mentioned in this call B?
No, it was not.
All right, and is there another call? I know they're talking about meeting up in person, but is there another call shortly after the one we just heard between Charlie and Donna?
Yes, there is.
All right, and is this one, who's calling who in this one?
Can I
This is
refer
call
to
C.
my chart?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is Charlie calling Donna back.
Okay, and about how long after the call we just heard?
Last one was at 2:35. This one's at 3 o'clock, so a good 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
All right, because the last call was about 9 minutes long, right?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I ask to publish C.
You may.
There's going to be a lot of that. I think, well, we got one more. Headphones, headphones, everybody headphones.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna say is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is the person black, white, Hispanic?
White.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't think about it, but something for a while, and then he did it to me.
Really?
Mhm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe him to a T.
What's that? You could describe
Describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm and cool. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like to go to the police, but
And they have to, but, that was what you, but,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do something like that.
oh, no.
So,
That's what, just want you to see, I don't want, be bothered.
don't see it as bad as like take a look at it, it's bad sidewalk.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, that's a good work.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
clear that, that's one thing.
What is the kind of exactly what they ask for?
I don't know, his TV is probably about 5.
They ask you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And then Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln's going first. Okay, did that one? Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll,
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever,
Yeah.
whatever
We'll go,
comes back.
just go for a walk on the beach or something, maybe minutes more.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, then. Bye-bye.
So in this call, we hear Donna Adelson mention a TV. This TV is probably about 5. Is there any significance based on your investigation to the term TV?
Hold on.
Objection, pretrial motions, improper opinion, and this witness can't comment on a piece of evidence.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Significance to a TV?
Yes.
Yes, early on in the investigation, Wendi stated to Investigator Isom during the interview that her brother had joked about hiring a hitman, but TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
All right, and that was the same TV that was being repaired at Wendy's residence on the day of the homicide?
Yes, it was.
All right, and when she says this TV is probably about 5, the amount written on the letter was how much again?
5,000.
All right, and in this call, we hear Donna mention an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name Katie or Katherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Is Katie or Katherine Magbanua the only ex-girlfriend that Charlie Adelson has?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, it's not.
Okay, is it his most recent, is Katie or Katherine Magbanua, this defendant, the most recent ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson at this time?
No.
All right, who is the ex-girlfriend that he calls next?
Katherine Magbanua.
On the wire, does Mr. Adelson discuss this matter with anybody else outside of his family and Katherine Magbanua?
No, he doesn't.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish call D.
May.
Bones.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? Someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Right, any place that you can talk to me?
What do you want?
What's that?
Just talk right now. Talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud where I'm talking to you?
I can't, just like, but I can't,
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside the house right now, and I'm about to get outside. Alright, I'm gonna knock. Alright, somebody, hang on, okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay, I just want you to listen to me, I'll be able to talk to you, in person, maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story, and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really would have go into detail, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, but first you're saying I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a patient or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school, I don't even know. But they must know her routine, they must know who she is. They walked up to her, they called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they claimed that they needed to be paid the money.
For what? But like, did she see the person, or was she like, did she like?
That's what I said, there's someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right
or
here.
something like that.
I said, you gotta go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about, I don't wanna talk about it, I go, take a picture and send me what it is, it's like, I just want you to see it first. So, I'm gonna go there, I can't even fucking go there today, because I won't get out of work till 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So, she's like, just.
So is this just stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know, I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about, you didn't do anything with my mom. Yes. Okay, just checking, I don't know.
No, but I mean, you're for your mom, like, what the hell?
You won't have to, I don't know.
Random person, like, just going to your mom, like, hello?
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who, I was just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
They wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea, so, anyway, I'm gonna find out, well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly, did she tell you? Like, what she-
No, she was just kind of like all over the rattles and with the kids and like, I assumed I had the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if I had anything to do with it. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like,
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, fuck, it could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it does,
I would feel bad for your mom, like, you don't know the shit. If I was you, you would have told me what it is, like.
I know. I said, Mom, you got wearing a mask last week. I was like, no, I can take the person out of line for a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. It was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. Anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
Yeah, did you have any fight with him or whatever?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it, that's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if it is. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow, or what's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk about it, doesn't matter.
All right, what time is it for?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told him like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
However it is, like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like right there. So.
So figure somewhere around 4 you'll see it.
Okay.
All right. No worries.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
All right, in this call, what time was this call placed?
This call was at 4:27 p.m. on the 19th.
All right, so about an hour and a half after the prior call that we heard with Donna and Charlie.
Approximately.
All right, and were there efforts made to get up with the defendant by Charlie prior to the call we just heard?
Yes, he'd called at least a couple of times prior to that.
All right, did he call at 3:33?
Yes, that sounds right.
All right, and she tried to call back at 4?
No, that's in there.
Is that
Sounds
correct?
correct.
Okay, and then this contact occurred at 4:27, is that what you said?
That's correct.
All right, and in this call, Charlie relays to the defendant that the undercover gave his mom an envelope with something in it. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
Okay, the only thing that the undercover gave Donna, our understanding, is that flyer. Is that right?
That's correct, the one piece of paper.
Okay. And he also says that the undercover mentioned something about her son. Did the undercover mention her son?
No, he did not.
Did Donna mention Did Donna tell Charlie he mentioned my son?
No.
Right. He also says that he thought his mom told him that they said her name, Katherine Magbanua's name. Did Donna tell him that they said her name?
No, she didn't.
Okay, and the undercover did say her name. He did say Katie, right?
He did.
Okay, but Donna hasn't told Charlie that.
That's correct.
Objection, speculation, move to strike. They only have limited communications.
All right, and it needs to be limited to these phone calls, so ask the question again, Ms. Kaplan.
Based on any evidence that you have, had Donna yet told Charlie they said Katie's name?
No, she did not.
All right, and Charlie says on that call that he called her because she was his last ex-girlfriend. And I asked you, did the undercover say anything about son? The undercover didn't reference Charlie at all, right?
That's correct.
He just said, according to Donna, he made a comment about an ex-girlfriend.
Correct.
Is there any discussion based on these calls of what ex-girlfriend, whose ex-girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, which one? Anything like that?
No, there wasn't.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that there had been a couple other ex-girlfriends. Do you know who those were?
I believe one was named, you want the names?
Yes, if you need to refresh, just tell us.
No, I believe one of them was Wendi Kick.
Okay. And was there a June Mchinda also in the mix?
Yes, there was.
Okay. All right. We heard on these calls that in-person meetings were planned. What was the first in-person meeting that occurred to your knowledge? And I assume you were surveilling these people. Is that correct?
We were trying to.
Okay. And what was the first in-person meeting that occurred after these calls that we just heard?
The following day on 4/20.
All right. And who met?
So Charlie went to the Icon, to his parents' condominium, and met with his mom, Donna Adelson.
Did they meet inside the condominium?
He went into the condominium, and then they came walking out together out the back door.
How long were they inside before they came walking out the back door?
Not very long, just a few minutes probably.
Were you able to surveil or record anything that occurred while they were inside the building?
No.
Where did they go once they came walking out the door?
They walked out the back of the Icon and then walked down the boardwalk along them. There's a marina behind their building. Walked all the way down the boardwalk, and there's a restaurant down next to it named Monty's. They went behind Monty's and then sat at a little concrete cement picnic table by the water off the sidewalk behind Monty's.
And did law enforcement attempt to intercept or record the conversation between Donna and Charlie at Monty's?
Yes, we did.
What was the outcome?
We were not able to get close enough to them to be able to pick up their voices, obviously.
Why not? Explain.
They sat away from everything. There was nothing around them but a sidewalk. There's water on one side of them, sidewalk on the other, then nothing else around them. So the recording devices we had were concealed, but we had them on our persons, and we would have to walk up to them and stand in the area of them while they're talking, which would have been tremendously suspicious.
Okay, so you didn't feel like there was an opportunity to get any closer?
We got as close as we could. There was a little tiki hut there that we stood right by the tiki hut, and somebody else took another device and went and sat at a table adjacent to them on just construction in the area too.
This is kind of like a marina area?
It is.
Okay. Did you observe the meeting between Charlie and Donna?
Yes.
What time of day did that meeting occur?
Approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, p.m.
How long did it last?
About 30 minutes.
Can you describe the demeanor of these two when they met?
Yeah, they sat really close to each other, side by side, even though it was like a round table with chairs around it. They sat right next to each other, side by side, and they were leaning over, leaning toward each other, talking very closely.
All right. And did you take a photograph, or did one of the officers take a photograph of this meeting?
I took it, yes. Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the photograph I took.
Is it fair and accurate photo of Charlie and Donna at this meeting we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 53.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States 53. You may.
After this meeting, did Charlie make a phone call to the defendant in this case?
Yes, he did.
What time was that call placed?
Refer back to my notes.
Yes, sir.
That was at 3:14 p.m.
All right. At this time, I'd ask to publish call E, Your Honor.
You may.
We're good.
Hello? Keep going down until you see option one.
What's that?
You keep going down till you see like option one. If you see it in dollar.
Okay, can I go into the plaza where CVS is?
Yeah, turn in there, go all the way down till you see like, all the, what do you call it? All the buildings, all the, stores.
Okay.
And you'll see what the option one is. I'll go right now.
Turn to real estate genius.
Hold on.
Okay, pulled in, I'm looking at Smart Kids, Family Fresh,
Yeah,
Star,
yeah.
Mr. Smart
Yeah.
Kids.
No. If you start to going, on the left turn, yeah.
Outside, I'll park in front of the G Spot.
The key spot.
G Spot.
Oh, yeah. I'll walk out right now.
All right, come on, go.
All right, so next we hear this call where they appear to be making plans to meet. Did a meeting take place?
Yes, it did.
And where did the meeting take place?
It began right in front of her employment, which is Optimar Realty. For the first, he pulled up there, and I believe she got in the car with him for a few minutes, and then they went into a restaurant called Dolce Vita.
All right, and that's the recording that we've heard some testimony about efforts to clarify the recording?
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to the recording from Dolce?
Yes, I have.
All right, about how long is that recording?
Approximately, I believe it's just under an hour.
All right, Judge, would this be a good time to pause for the day, or would you like to press on with the?
I think it'll be a good time to pause for the day.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to let you go for the evening. Again, as I remind you, no conversations, no internet searches, no talking amongst yourselves, and we'll see you back. We'll start promptly tomorrow morning. Please return by 8:30 in the morning, okay? All right, Deputy will escort you out.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed, and Mr. Sanford, you are excused until 8:30 tomorrow morning, all right?
Thank you, sir.
And then we're going to take care of a few matters here in the courtroom. You all may be seated. and we're going to stay in session for just a few minutes.
Judge, while he's stepping out, as the jurors are exiting the courtroom, this juror here in the front row, second juror over, advised me that he'd like us to work on the situation with his chair overnight, so maybe we can put him at the end, but he's had 3 or 4 incidences of falling backward in this chair.
Okay, which juror?
This second chair here, second juror in the front row.
Second juror in the front row?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Do we check out that chair? Apparently, jurors having a problem with the second chair in the front row. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll take care of that. If we need to move some chairs around or get one from another place, we'll do that. All right, let's just address a few things. So for tomorrow, Ms. Kappelman, as best you can anticipate, you're probably continue this until?
Probably will take up a large part of the morning. I would expect we could begin cross of this witness by lunch.
All right. And so cross-examination then will begin either late morning or after we break for lunch. And then, so then we'll anticipate then that the state is going to rest at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the defense can anticipate that. And so in the afternoon, potentially, based on the cross-examination, we might get into the defense case. And so it's helpful to the court if you do have anticipated witnesses listed for me on a piece of paper, and just for my organization as we move forward, okay? And then we'll need to know at that point also whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying, so I'll make an inquiry as to that. The jury instructions have been sent. So let's start reviewing those so that we're prepared for those discussions. And then there is a matter or two that I need to discuss with counsel sidebar, but is there anything else that we need to discuss before that? Ms. Kawaz?
Just one minor thing, just in relation to the jail calls that you had ruled on were privileged between myself and Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
I just want to ensure that none of that was, if it were filed with the clerk, I would ask that it would be sealed.
All right, I don't think, those weren't filed with the clerk, were they?
No, sir.
Okay.
Then we should be good.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. DeCoste, anything else?
2 things. I
Ms.
would make
Kawhi?
a request
All right.
through the court over the state.
I'm sorry, before you go on with that, those items were part of discovery, so I think they are public record.
Which is why I would request that they be sealed.
All right, let's Madam Clerk, so the discovery that was provided, it would have been on what day?
The calls were physically provided to us, I think, on, was it
There
one?
were a couple different batches, so
Yeah.
I think we can just reference all the jail calls that have been provided during the course of the trial.
All right, so Madam Clerk, any jail calls that were provided during the course of the trial at this point will remain under seal, please. Okay, if you have any questions as to which one, then you can just address it with me in court tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
But as